Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam serdecznie na sympozjum poświęconym Felizie Bursztyn. Wystawa Felizy jest kontynuacją programową przyjętą przez Muzeum Zórz Promowania Kobiet Artystek, które mimo upływu czasu nie zostały należycie rozpoznane, źle zinterpretowane lub w ogóle o nich zapomniano. Feliza Bursztyn pochodziła z żydowskiej rodziny o polskich korzeniach. Jej rodzice zdołali uciec przed nazistowskim terrorem do Kolumbii, gdzie w 1933 roku urodziła się Feliza. Właśnie w Kolumbii, choć Paryż upodobała sobie w sposób szczególny, osadzona jest jej twórczość, powstały jej najwybitniejsze prace. Zorganizowanie wystawy Felizy wymagało ogromnego wysiłku organizacyjnego i finansowego, bo większość prac prowadziliśmy właśnie z Kolumbii. Mam ogromną satysfakcję, że ta retrospektywa wydarza się tutaj, w Muzeum Zórz. Jest to pierwsza prezentacja prac tej artystki na taką skalę poza Kolumbią. W ten sposób, ale nie tylko poprzez tą wystawę, bierzemy udział w budowaniu wielkiej historii kobiet artystek, o które zawalczyła legendarna amerykańska historyczka sztuki Linda Nochlin, która w 1971 roku swoją książką „Dlaczego nie ma wielkich kobiet artystek” utorowała drogę do powstania rewizjonistycznej historii sztuki, odrzucając fundamentalne założenie funkcjonujące w historii, jakim jest celebracja męskiego kultu geniuszu. Dlatego nigdy nie dość wystaw, książek poświęconych wyłącznie osiągnięciom kobiet. Zapraszam Państwa.
Hello, my name is Marta Dziewańska, and just next to me it's Abigail Winograd, my co-curator. We prepared the exhibition at the Museum Zórz, devoted to Feliza Bursztyn, an extraordinary Colombian artist. And Feliza Bursztyn, Welding Madness is the show, which is a fruit of several years of research, and it's a dream come true, not only for us, Abigail and myself, but also for many researchers, artists, and art historians from Colombia and abroad. Today we gathered a small but a very prominent circle of guests who will speak about this very vibrant and extremely rich body of work of Feliza Bursztyn, who not only was a political activist and an incredible artist, but also a feminist and a fighter. And it is not very easy and rather very difficult, at least for me, to think creatively with this brutal war ravaging Ukraine and happening right outside our windows. But maybe this is exactly in this context that it becomes clear how much do we need strong and brave women, female artists, and with them a new history, including history of art. Abby will tell you a little bit about the program of the symposium, and enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Marta. I'm happy to be here with you as well, and really looking forward to hearing from all of the guests today. We'll start our program with a lecture by myself, looking at Feliza Bursztyn's life and images. That will be followed by a panel discussion, considering Feliza's work in the context of Colombia. Then we'll have two film screenings. Two films by Luis Ernesto Arocha, and Colombian experimental filmmaker with whom Feliza Bursztyn collaborated throughout her life. Then two lectures, one by Cecilia Fajardo-Hill and Gina McDaniel Tarver, looking at different aspects of the artist's work and its relationship to the Colombian circle she was working in, and the gendered political element of Feliza's work. And that will be followed by our final panel that looks at Feliza's work within a political context, a feminist context, global feminist context. We'll close the day with a screening of the exhibition itself, a walkthrough of Feliza Bursztyn, Welding Madness, and we hope that you all will stay with us for the day. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Abigail Winograd. I am the MacArthur Fellows Program 40th Anniversary Exhibition Curator at the Smart Museum of Art at the University of Chicago and co-curator along with Marta Dziwanska of Feliza Bursztyn, Welding Madness, currently on view at the Museum Souche. I'm excited to be here with you and to begin our symposium with an introduction to the life and work of Feliza Bursztyn. Parts of my talk today are drawn from my essay in the forthcoming publication, Welding Madness, published by Skira, which will be available in July. This talk, the exhibition, and the publication are the result of 5 years of research on the artist. I want to take a moment to thank my curatorial partner, Marta Dziwanska, Pablo and Camilo Leyva for sharing their insights, collection, archive, and support, and the entire team at the Museum Souche for making this incredible project a reality. I also want to thank the symposium participants and catalog contributors for their efforts in helping to shed light on this most incredible artist. My task today is to introduce Feliza Bursztyn and to walk you through her tragically brief life in pictures. What do we know about Feliza Bursztyn? Bursztyn was the first Colombian artist to use found materials as the primary component of her work, a pioneer in kinetic sculpture and the creation of immersive installations that utilize sound, light, and movement. As such, she was a key figure in the development of Colombian modernism. Deeply skeptical of the fraught politics of post-war Colombian and South American societies, Bursztyn's work wryly challenged the political and cultural elites' enthusiasm for industrialization. She likewise turned a critical eye to the strictures of Colombia's conservative Catholic society and the ways it stigmatized women and sex. She is best known for her series Las Hystericas, the hysterical ones, and Las Camas, the beds. But she is still little known outside of her home country. Given the significance of Bursztyn's contributions to the history of art, her relative obscurity is a shocking oversight. There are many explanations for this phenomenon. The political realities of Colombia, its alliances during the Cold War, and the violence of the past 60 years, the delicate nature of her work and its reliance on mid-century technologies, her own lack of interest in preserving the past, and the sudden, traumatic, and painful circumstances of her untimely death are all contributing factors. On top of all this, Bursztyn was an unreliable narrator. She loved the theater, and her flair for the dramatic was evident in the evasive and exaggerated answers she provided in interviews. Throughout her life, she gave conflicting accounts of events, reported fluctuating numbers of husbands, and gave cryptic responses to basic questions. She intentionally cultivated a public persona that eluded easy categorization and flew in the face of existing norms. She was brash, confrontational, and unapologetically feminist. Bursztyn's persona was a performance, a component of her work, and also a defense mechanism, best explained by the artist herself. In 1979, Maritza Uribe de Urdaneta, the founder of the Museo de Arte Moderna La Tertulio in Cali, interviewed Bursztyn. It was in that interview, which ranged widely over the artist's life and work, that she uttered the phrase that had encapsulated the strategy that defined her work for decades. In a patriarchal society, women have no choice but to feign madness. Given all of this, the question is not only what do we know about Bursztyn, but what can we know? Answering this question requires more than a little digging and the pulling together of threads of narrative from across the decades. However, it is a critical task because her work and her life were deeply and constantly intertwined. Therefore, understanding Feliza Bursztyn, the daughter, young wife, and mother, helps us to understand the artist Bursztyn became. Feliza was born to Polish-Jewish immigrants in Bogotá on September 9, 1933. Her parents, Yakov and Chaya Bursztyn, were new arrivals to Colombia, having disembarked from a transatlantic voyage earlier that year with their elder daughter, Hella. In the photo on the right of the artist's studio, you can see a portrait of the couple that hung above a table with the artist's work. Yakov was the son of the rabbi of Ostrolenka, a small town on the outskirts of Warsaw. Remarkably, Feliza's mother, Chaya, had also studied in a religious school, an unusual practice for women at that time, but clear evidence that brains and fortitude were characteristics that ran deep in the Bursztyn family. Yakov and Chaya were ardent Zionists and spent time in Palestine in the early 1930s. Prior to their Atlantic crossing, a friend of the couple fled Palestine for Colombia after running into trouble with the British authorities. He sent word to Warsaw, and the Bursztyns decided to visit. The couple initially intended to return to Poland, but after learning about Hitler's election to the chancellorship in Germany and seeing the storm clouds of war amassing over Europe, they decided to remain. Yakov, who had trained as a rabbi, established himself as a textile manufacturer and became a leader within the city's tiny Jewish community. His financial success afforded Feliza the ability to travel and gave her access to educational opportunities. The majority of those Chaya and Yakov left in Poland were lost during the war. Yitzhak Bursztyn and his wife, who appear in the portrait on the left, were murdered by the Nazis in 1943. Yitzhak, along with 8 other Bursztyns from Ostrolenka who met the same fate, are listed in the central database of Shoah victims' names maintained by Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center in Jerusalem. Members of Bursztyn's maternal family, the Rezniks, were also lost. It is in keeping with the idiosyncrasies of Bursztyn's life that the Bursztyns should arrive in Bogotá in these unique circumstances. Jewish immigration to Colombia in 1933 was nearly non-existent. It was so insignificant that in 1933, Colombia was not included in the annual census published by the American Jewish Yearbook, an accounting that registered the 300 Jews living in Peru at the time. The Bursztyns would slowly be joined by a small number of co-religionists when a trickle began to arrive after 1936. The Jewish community in Colombia was never large. It reached its peak in the 1960s when some 14,000 Jews called the country home. It remained small because Colombia enacted restrictive immigration laws in the 1920s that became increasingly stringent throughout the 1930s. In 1939, Jewish immigration was completely outlawed and Colombian citizenship denied to all Jewish residents who were stateless, a burden disproportionately borne by those stripped of their nationality by the Nuremberg laws. Immigration restrictions were passed in response to rising middle-class resentment over growing competition with Jewish businessmen like Bursztyn himself. These tensions resulted in open expressions of anti-Semitism and gave Colombia the unenviable distinction of having the second largest number of registered members of the Nazi Party in South America. The vast majority of the Yiddish-speaking Ashkenazi community, as Polish Jews, the Bursztyns would have been associated with this group rather than their German-speaking or Sephardic brethren, would not arrive until later in the 1930s, carrying with them the stories of the atrocities being meted out in Europe. As with the case for Jewish immigrants across Europe, these later arrivals increasingly found their way to Central and South America as their traditional destinations further north started to shut their doors to those fleeing the terror unfolding across the old continent. These conditions produced insular and tight-knit Jewish communities and cemented Bursztyn's outsider status. Even if she had wanted to hide who she was, her name made that impossible. Despite her fame, and she would indeed become famous during her lifetime, her every exhibition reviewed, the subject of denunciation over awards and commissions, a popular interview subject in women's magazines, and once being placed on a published list of the ugliest women in Colombia. The press never seemed to be able to spell it correctly. She was sometimes Feliza with an S, the consonants at the center of her name frequently jumbled or swapped. Bursztyn seemed to bristle at the suggestion that she was an outsider nonetheless, frequently stating, "I am a Colombian. I was born in the Marley Clinic." It was from this position that she would make her work and tell the story of her life, knowing full well that she would always be misunderstood. In 1947, Feliza moved to New York, a city that would play a prominent role in her short life. Political tensions in Colombia erupted after the assassination of the liberal presidential candidate, Jorge Eliezer Gaitan, that same year, and her parents thought it best to send her away. She moved to New York to finish high school. Bursztyn retained a connection to the city throughout her life through familial relationships as well as friendships. She was close, for instance, to Latin American emigres in the city, among them Luis Kamnitzer. Bursztyn and her second husband, Pablo Leyva, were the godparents to Kamnitzer's first son. She was also friends with Leo Castelli and was in talks with the gallery to show her Camas near the end of her life. On that first trip, Feliza stayed with an uncle who worked as an engineer for IBM, building computer prototypes. It was this uncle that first taught her how to weld in his garage. Following her graduation, Bursztyn officially began her artistic training, studying for 2 years at the Art Student League from 1948 to 1950. While there, she would have overlapped with Monir Farman-Farmian, Marisol, and Donald Judd, among others. Perhaps it was in New York that Bursztyn first learned about the Russian-born sculptor Osip Zadkin, who had taught at the Art Students League from 1943 to 1945. It was in New York that Feliza met her first husband, Larry Lawrence Fleischer. Fleischer was a mechanical engineer and a former US Air Force pilot who had served in World War II. They married in 1952 and had 3 daughters in rapid succession. Janine and Bettina were born in New York, and Michelle after the couple moved back to Bogotá. Theirs was an unhappy marriage, and Bursztyn suffered abuse at Fleischer's hands throughout their marriage. He violently objected to her desire to be an artist, and in their final argument, attacked her hands to prevent her becoming a sculptor. Following the fight that ended their marriage, Fleischer took the girls and left Bogotá. Bursztyn also left Bogotá and went to Paris. She left to become a sculptor, to study with Zadkin. She left with Jorge Gaitan Duran, the writer, critic, journalist, and founder of Mito magazine, one of the most important literary journals on the continent at the time. The story, according to Bursztyn, was that Gaitan Duran introduced himself to her one evening at a bar. She was unhappy in her marriage, and a week later they moved in together. For Bursztyn's parents, leaders in Bogotá's minuscule Jewish community, this was a scandal they were not prepared to face, so they severed their relationship with her, declaring their daughter dead. Bursztyn's description of the split from her parents included a staged funeral complete with coffin and headstone. However, it is unlikely to have taken place precisely how she described it. Divorce was not uncommon among Latin American Jews, and the rabbis across the Americas granted religious decrees even when they were civically illegal. It was also not uncommon for those who pursued relationships outside the faith to be ostracized from the community. In these instances, families would mourn the apostate child as if they were dead. It is unclear whether it was the divorce or Bursztyn's relationship with a non-Jewish married man that precipitated the rift between Feliza and her parents. Whatever the circumstances, it is difficult to imagine the depths of devastation this event must have occasioned in the artist's life and the incredible mettle Bursztyn exhibited in choosing to follow her passion regardless. Feliza's divorce was her first public act of rebellion, and it carried enormous consequences. With the dissolution of her marriage, she lost not just her family, but her children as well. We will never know the specifics, as there is no person left alive to consult, and in the end, the truth does not matter. What matters is that this first death was the foundational myth of the life of the artist, Feliza Bursztyn. Most of what we know about Bursztyn begins here, after 1957, after her divorce, after she was disowned by her family, after she fled to Paris. The contours of Bursztyn's years in Paris are vague. Indeed, in her own description, she was there for anywhere from 3 to 5 years. Bursztyn saved neither correspondence or notebooks, nor did she keep recordings of her comings and goings. Any items such as these, saved from the dustbin of history, were rescued later by Leyva, whom she married in 1972. Once in Paris, she appears to have led a bohemian life, surrounded by exiled Latin American artists, writers, and critics. We know she studied with Zadkin, rubbed elbows with Giacometti, and was introduced to the Nouveau Realistes. We know that she trained in bronze metal casting. She was also drawing, making watercolors, and small plaster sculptures. Over the years, Feliza's relationship with her parents would mend, and upon her return from Paris in the early 1960s, Yakov gave her an empty garage next to one of his factories. She would turn it into her home-come studio with the help of the artists Rogelio Salmona and Carlos Valencia. The duo transformed the garage into a long, narrow living quarters that occupied multiple floors connected by steep ladders, created a capacious kitchen as well as the workspace. Salmona was a close friend of the artist, but also perhaps the most significant Colombian architect of the 20th century. Salmona, like Bursztyn, was the child of Jewish immigrants. He was also a protege of Corbusier, for whom Salmona served as translator when the French architect came to Bogotá in 1947. Following another outbreak of violence and repression in Colombia, Salmona went to Paris in 1947 to work in Corbusier's studio. Salmona's work in red brick left an indelible mark across Colombia's capital in the second half of the 20th century. I mentioned Salmona's background because it is indicative of the cultural significance and international reach of the people in Bursztyn's circle. The home he built for her became an important gathering site for the artistic community in Bogotá and beyond. It was here she became famous for her parties, her hospitality, and her laugh. Among the other figures in Bursztyn's circle were the gallerists Casimiro Eiger and Rito de Agudelo. Bursztyn had her first shows in Bogotá at the gallery run by Eiger, another Jewish immigrant born in Warsaw, who arrived in Bogotá in 1943 as part of the Polish diplomatic mission for the country's government in exile. Bursztyn described Eiger's gallery as the launching pad for young artists of her generation. De Agudelo was the director of the Galeria Santiago, one of the most important galleries in Bogotá in the 60s and 70s, and the site of several exhibitions by the artist. De Agudelo also commissioned a soaring sculpture titled Homenaje a Da Vinci for Bursztyn. It was composed of the remnants from the production of pressed aluminum kitchen utensils that she installed at her residence. It was one of the many commissions, public and private, that Bursztyn would complete over the years, leaving her own visual stamp on the city of her birth. In addition to Salmona, Bursztyn frequently collaborated with artists working in multiple disciplines, all of whom spent time in her home. The theater director, Santiago Garcia, who trained with Bertolt Brecht, was a frequent visitor and important formative figure. Over the course of her career, Bursztyn grew more and more interested in the performing arts, and her installations became increasingly theatrical. Patricia Riza and Garcia were the founders of Teatro La Candelaria in Bogotá, one of the most influential theater troupes to emerge in post-war Latin America. Bursztyn frequently provided Garcia with set designs, backdrops, and props, placing her in active dialogue with contemporary developments in Colombian, Latin American, and international theater. She likewise maintained close friendships with artists and poets, among them Alejandro Obregón, who was one of the most important modern painters in post-war Colombia. She referred to him as the madre, mother of modern painting. Juan Gustavo Cobo Borda was one of the editors of Revista Echo. He authored several articles about and dedicated poems to the artist. In fact, writing poems dedicated to Bursztyn was a practice common among poets in Colombia at the time. The artist was also close to Nobel Prize-winning author Gabriel Garcia Marquez, whom she met in the 1950s. It was Bursztyn who introduced Gabo, as he was affectionately known, to Gaitán Durán, and it was Mito that first published Garcia Marquez's fiction, supposedly at Bursztyn's suggestion. It was in her home studio that Bursztyn began to work with scrap metal and produced her first chitaras, sculptures composed of junk and industrial detritus. She bolted and welded discarded scrap metal, corroded tires, and rusted cables together in rough, abstract compositions. Bursztyn collected her materials from local factories and workshops, often walking the city, collecting objects to bring home. The chitaras represented a radical challenge to prevailing ideals of beauty and what constituted art in Colombian society, while evincing her deep knowledge and dialogue with global developments in art. Provocatively, Bursztyn gave them assemblages romantic, feminine, and organic names such as Una Flor, flower, or Nina Alegre, happy girl. These titles drew attention to the coarse, industrial appearance of the sculptures while mocking traditional notions of gender and the perceived masculinity of art itself. Likewise, her adoption of welding as an artistic technique challenged the undervaluing and invisibility of blue-collar and female labor. Aware of the ways in which her work challenged acceptable expressions of femininity, Bursztyn frequently appears in images welding in pearls or a silk kimono. In their use of materials, the Chitaras mind a contradiction, the perceived permanence of industry and technology versus the reality of their planned obsolescence. Her coarse artworks seem to also lament the resultant environmental impact of industrialization while simultaneously celebrating the ingenuity of impoverished Colombians who readily integrated the fallout into unofficial economies. This also marked the beginning of Bursztyn's presentation of her work as an act of solidarity. When asked to define herself as an artist, she remarked that she was a worker and a solderer. Her critique of the environmental impact of industrialization may also be present in her penchant for naming works after flora and fauna, as well as her tendency to embed them in the landscape. In her home, she frequently nestled works in bushes, hung them from trees, or positioned them to peek out of plants. The juxtaposition of industrial materials with the natural environment reflected the dissonant reality of Colombia, the fecundity and beauty of a lush tropical nation, home to the towering Andes, the riches of the Amazon River basin, and connected to both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, contrasted with a newly industrialized nation racing to embrace a more technological future. It didn't take long for Bursztyn to garner attention, and despite early negative critical assessments of her chitaras, she persevered and her career began to gain momentum. In 1963, Bursztyn participated in her first national competition, the 15th Salón de Artistas Colombianos at the Museo Nacional in Bogotá, with the fittingly titled Clytemnestra. In Greek mythology, Clytemnestra was the wife of Agamemnon. Agamemnon commanded the Greek army during the siege of Troy and launched to avenge the seduction of Helen by Paris. Before entering the city, Agamemnon sacrifices Iphigenia, his daughter with Clytemnestra, to appease the goddess Artemis, who has made bad weather appear to prevent the army ships from sailing. In Agamemnon's absence, and because she believes him dead, Clytemnestra takes a lover. When he returns, very much alive, Agamemnon brings his own lover, Cassandra, home to meet his long-suffering wife and report the murder of her child. In an act of rage, vengeance, and an alleged bid for power, she murders Agamemnon by hacking him to death in a bathtub with an axe. She is in turn murdered by Orestes, her son, to avenge the death of his father. This story of the house of Atreus is recounted by Aeschylus in his Orestes. Aeschylus positions Clytemnestra as a crazed and unfaithful woman whose murder ultimately becomes the basis for a system of law-based injustice. In 1980, the Belgian-born French feminist scholar Luce Irigaray offered a reassessment of Clytemnestra in a lecture titled Body Against Body in relation to the mother. Irigaray revisited Clytemnestra's legacy, arguing that Orestes' murder of his mother and the mythic structure underlying the tragedy represents the historical victory of patriarchy over matriarchy. For Irigaray, the killing of Clytemnestra is the condition and the symptom of the patriarchy's operation. The matricidal paradigm, as established by Aeschylus, is the deepest source of women's banishment from Western culture. She wrote, "Our urgent task is to refuse to submit to a desubjectivized social role, the role of mother, which is dictated by an order subject to the division of labor. He produces, she reproduces. That walls us up in the ghetto of single function. When did society ever ask fathers to choose between being men or citizens? We don't have to give up being women to be mothers." Bursztyn would subsequently go on to achieve mythic cultural status in her home country, a figure shrouded in myth herself. She had sacrificed everything to be an artist, and Clytemnestra was a piece of her journey. 2 years later, Bursztyn won first prize at the 27th Salón de Artistas Nacionales in the National Museum with her work Mirando al Norte, Looking North. Marta Traba, founding director of the Museo de Arte Moderno de Bogotá, critic and close friend of the artist, was part of the jury and defended Bursztyn when the press expressed outrage over her victory. Bursztyn's persona was very public. She was known for her laugh, her drinking, and her short skirts. For her blatant flouting of social convention, the press dubbed Bursztyn La Loca, the mad one. Never one to shy away from provocation, Bursztyn called her next body of work, begun in 1967, Las Hystericas, the hysterical ones. With this new series, she abandoned junk in favor of flexible sheets of stainless steel, bent into parabolic and circular configurations and fitted with motors. Thus, she set her sculptures into jerking, raving, and cacophonous motion. Bursztyn gave the figures movement because, as she would later explain in the film Las Camas de Feliza, they talk to each other, they converse all day, they move, change on their own. This is one of the reasons why I added motors, so that they could work more easily and didn't get as tired. The title of the series linked the work to Freudian psychoanalysis and the tendency to associate hysteria primarily with women and their sexuality. Bursztyn was a fan of Freud, and many of his volumes in multiple languages were in her library. The Hystericas represented Bursztyn's derisive commentary on contemporary mores as they pertain to sexuality, feminism, and modernity. Sex, the act itself, would increasingly appear as a subject matter in Bursztyn's work. 1968 was an important year for Bursztyn. She began collaborating with Luis Ernesto Arocha, her friend and experimental filmmaker. In 1970, they would produce a film, Oi Feliza, that captured the Hystericas in action, vibrating and mad, cut with images of the artist alongside dozens of still images of Hollywood divas and sex symbols, including Greta Garbo, Bette Davis, and Marlon Brando. The 8mm film debuted at an exhibition at the Salon Cultural held in the gallery of the Banco de la República, where it was projected on the facade of the building. In 1968, she also produced Siempre Acostada, Always in Bed, for the landmark exhibition Espacios Ambientales, organized by Traba for the Museum of Modern Art in Bogotá. This was the first presentation of Las Hystericas en masse. They were scattered throughout the space, making sure that their chaotic noise would invade every corner of the building. The room was intermittently illuminated by spotlights, causing the mobile sculptures to cast dramatic shadows while obscuring the source of the din produced by the sporadically visible work. Siempre Acostada pointed to Bursztyn's growing interest in expanding audience interaction, encouraging viewer participation, and her all-out assault on the gallery as a neutral space. Throughout the 1960s, the scale of Bursztyn's work increased exponentially. With the mini machinas, she reversed course and began producing smaller scale works. This was a series born at least partially out of necessity, as it began in Bursztyn's hospital bed, where she lay recovering from a devastating car crash. She had been traveling by car from a festival with her friend, the artist Beatriz Daza, when the accident happened. Daza was killed and Bursztyn grievously injured. She would undergo multiple surgery, but suffered pain throughout her life, her face and her body having been permanently altered. It was the latest in a string of tragedies that would plague the artist throughout her life. Indeed, just a few years before, she lost her lover, Gaetan Duran, in 1962, when his plane crashed en route from Paris to Bogotá. The mini machinas are small and intricate, composed from disassembled typewriters and other small manual machines. Bursztyn intended these intimately sized constructions to be manipulated by the audience. They were presented at the Galleria Santiago on white pedestals in front of walls covered in metal foil. Her latest collaboration with Arocha, Azilef, was projected on the gallery's exterior with an original song composed and performed by the band Los Tepus. Bursztyn's accident likely also contributed to the development of another of the artist series from the late 70s and 80s, composed primarily of discarded car parts. Of these works, Garcia Marquez wrote, Feliza has never done something more subversive than turning car accidents into artworks. Bursztyn's color series complicated the ideas developed by the Nouveau Realistes and contemporaneous artists working under the mantle of pop. Bursztyn's use of car scraps referred to economic development and to a growing consumer culture, while simultaneously pointing to issues of scarcity and underdevelopment. In 1972, Bursztyn began her series Camas, The Beds. She debuted the first at the third Biennial de Artes Cotejar in Medellin, and they were awarded first prize at the first Salon Nacional de Artistas de la Universidad Jorge Tadano Lozano that same year. The exhibition, Las Camas, took place in 1974 at the Museo de Arte Moderno de Bogotá. Over a dozen camas, Metal bed frames fitted with motors and draped in satin fabrics were arrayed around a darkened room. The dimmed atmosphere and the enclosure reinforced the feeling of privacy, a notion at odds with the public nature of the museum. The colors of the coverings were not insignificant. A review of Las Cama noted 3 distinct sets of beds, one sporting yellow, blue, and red, the colors of the national flag, another an attractive bishop purple, and the third neutral in color, somewhere between an ice white and a pale lilac. Together, the symbolism of the colors could be read as representing the state, the church, and the people. The motors triggered suggestive vibrations, lending the Camas a blatant erotic charge. The intimacy of the gallery turned visitors into accidental voyeurs, challenging distinctions between public and private space. By essentially transforming the gallery into a bedroom, Bursztyn confronted taboos about sex, as well as the perceived neutrality of museums. The exhibition featured a musical score by the experimental electronic composer and musician Jacqueline Nova, whose work, like that of Bursztyn, was famous for being radically inventive and for its tendency to disturb. This was their first collaboration, and they were in the midst of their second, a score for Bursztyn's magnum opus, La Baila Mecánica, when Nova died of cancer at the age of 40. In 1973, Bursztyn produced El Bebé de Rosemary, Rosemary's Baby. The work, its title borrowed from Roman Polanski's eponymous 1968 film, consisted of a crib painted black, covered in a black satin sheet, and outfitted with a motor. The work was an outlier in her series of Camas, the only one to utilize a crib. Like the rest of the works in the series, Rosemary's Baby periodically and unexpectedly vibrated, producing an uncanny sense of presence in the empty gallery. The plot of the film, based on Ira Levin's novel of the same name, centered on the pregnancy of Rosemary Woodhouse and her growing suspicion that her elder neighbors are members of a satanic cult. The tension of the film is located in uncertainty. Is Rosemary at the mercy of demonic forces or just having a nervous breakdown? Over the course of the film, the Woodhouse's seemingly happy marriage devolves into a living nightmare. The movie centers on the home, which reveals itself to be a house of horrors. The disturbing nature of Bursztyn's work was reinforced by an extant double exposure photograph of the piece with a ghostly self-portrait floating above it. Rosemary's Baby seems to be a bitter reflection on the circumscribed roles for women in a Catholic country, but also a critique of the normalized brutality so deeply rooted in an aggressively patriarchal culture. Given Bursztyn's predilection for Freudian analysis, it is impossible to look at these works without thinking of the story of the artist's own life. On April 5th, 1979, La Baila Mecánica premiered at the Galeria Garces Velázquez in Bogotá. It represented the pinnacle of Bursztyn's longstanding interest in experimenting with material, light, sound, and movement. The ballet consisted of 5 large, upright, and mysterious figures dressed in shrouds. Each was given a name because, Bursztyn explained, I am convinced that each sculpture has its own character, its own personality, its own movement. Together, the works danced to the music of the 12th century composer Perotinus Magnus, because following the death of Nova, Bursztyn was unable to bring herself to work with another living artist. This cast of 5 danced upon a stage under heavy spotlights, set before a row of chairs at scheduled times throughout the day. The exhibition brochure reflected the theatricality of this work, mimicking a program for a ballet or a play by listing Bursztyn as director, naming the cast members, and acknowledging the technical experts who had helped with the electrical systems, lighting, and installations. The figures were tethered to the ceiling and their movements constrained by a wooden box on the floor. The medieval music, the color of the fabrics, and the setting led some viewers to see the work as a political commentary directed at the state and the church. At the time, La Baila Mecánica may have evoked images of violent repression. Following his election in 1978, President Julio Cesar Turbay Ayala instituted the security statute. The law was putatively passed in response to an increase of guerrilla activity on the part of the 19th of April movement, M19, and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, the FARC. The security statute gave the military the sweeping powers to question, detain, and charge individuals, and ushered in the most repressive atmosphere since the dictatorship of Gustavo Rojas Pinilla. The law gave the military almost unlimited powers of detention and interrogation, resulting in a commensurate rise in human rights violations. When looked at from this perspective, La Baila Mechanica becomes a tragic foreshadowing of the artist's own future. Feliza's politics and activities had long attracted the scrutiny of the authorities. She openly supported leftist causes and frequently exhibited in Cuba. The historian Julia Buenaventura writes in her essay included in Welding Madness about an incident that took place in 1964, in which the army arrived to a production directed by Garcia, for which Bursztyn had provided the props, including facsimiles of tanks and machine guns. So accurate were the replicas that the army had become convinced they were real. In the early morning hours of July 24th, 1981, after returning from mounting an exhibition of her colors in Havana, Feliza was arrested in her home by the Colombian military police and detained for 48 hours. No specific reason was given for the arrest, but it was authorized under the McCarthyist umbrella of the security statute. During her detention, Feliza was bound, blindfolded, questioned, and tortured, all while hearing others suffering a similar fate through the prison walls. This proved to be the final straw, convincing Bursztyn to flee her home and the country she so loved. On August 5th, fearing for her safety, Leyva drove to the Mexican embassy while she lay on the floor in the car's back seat. She left her studio, as you see it here. Garcia Marquez had interceded on her behalf, and she was granted asylum, and on August 8th, boarded a plane to Mexico City. Bursztyn's absence was keenly felt by the artistic community of Bogotá and followed in the press. In a show of support, a group of artists and other intellectuals penned an open letter protesting her kidnapping by military forces and asking the government to stop such detentions and tortures. Once in Mexico, she stayed in Garcia Marquez's home, and it was there that she made her final sculptures, all of which have sadly been lost to history. Ultimately, Bursztyn and Leyva elected to move to Paris. She was not granted a visa to the United States to be with her mother, sister, or daughters. Instead, she hoped to create a life for herself in France, in the city of her first exile. She had been granted a stipend by the government, enough to establish a studio and return to work. Bursztyn's health had deteriorated over the years. Her lungs suffered from the welding fumes in her studio. She drank and smoked heavily. She had never fully recovered from her accident. Yet it was still an immense shock when at dinner in Paris with Garcia Marquez, his wife Mercedes Barcia, Enrique Santos Calderon, Maria Teresa Rubino, and Leyva on the evening of January 8th, 1982, Bursztyn suffered a heart attack and died in the restaurant. It had only been 166 days since her departure from Bogotá. She was 49 years old. Feliza's death, like her life, captivated the Colombian press. Images of her casket deplaning at the airport, her shiva, her graveside funeral, all appeared in the press. Garcia Marquez penned her obituary. She was buried in Bogotá's Jewish cemetery. Her family and her friends sat shiva once again, and the woman who so carefully cultivated her own mythology passed into legend.
Hello and welcome to the first panel discussion of Feliza Bursztyn symposium at Muzeum SUSZ, accompanying Feliza Bursztyn Welding Madness exhibition at the museum and the launch of the first English language monograph dedicated to the legacy of this fascinating Colombian artist. Well known in her home country, Bursztyn's work has remained relatively overlooked internationally. We trust that the exhibition, book, and that symposium will contribute to changing this situation and rediscovering the vibrant body of works made by Bursztyn. I have a pleasure to moderate and share this conversation with prominent speakers and specialists in the field. Please let me introduce them in alphabetic order. Camilo Leyva is artist, researcher, and curator of a monographic show devoted to Feliza Bursztyn and presented at Museum of Modern Art in Bogotá in 2009. Camilo Leyva is a son of Pablo Leyva, the second husband of Feliza Bursztyn. His knowledge is unavailable, and not to mention the archive of Pablo Leyva that he overlooks and takes care of. Our second speaker is Silvia Suarez, a curator and writer specialized in modern and contemporary art history of Colombia and Latin America, the history and theory of artistic education. She holds a PhD in art and architecture in the area of art history of Colombia and Latin America from the National University of Colombia. And the third speaker, Abigail Winograd, co-curator of Feliza Bursztyn Welding Madness exhibition, together with Marta Dziewańska, the MacArthur Fellows Program's 40th anniversary exhibition curator at the Smart Museum of Art, University of Chicago. Her scholarly research has focused on the emergence of aberrant abstractions in post-war South America, as well as museological approaches to extending canonical narratives. She received a PhD in the art history from the University of Texas at Austin. She has co-curated and curated several international exhibitions, including the other transatlantic, kinetic and op art in Eastern Europe and Latin America. And I'm mentioning this exhibition because one of the artists participating in this group exhibition was Feliza Bursztyn. And my name is Agnieszka Sosnowska. I'm an assistant professor at the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Science and curator of the publishing and discursive program at Muzeum SUSZ. The title of this discussion panel is An Outsider, Feliza Bursztyn and Her Context. And during this conversation, we will be circulating around a notion of outsider in the life and work of Feliza Bursztyn, as well as looking at the legacy, at her legacy in the context of Colombian art scene and political context at the time. And I would like to start our conversation by referring at once and directly to that very strong statement and description of Feliza Bursztyn as an outsider, which builds very certain narration and myth around the artist. So I would like to ask you, is it a notion which defines her or rebelates her from her social restraints?
Well, I think it's a beautiful question because in the very moment you told it, I thought, well, for the intensity of her relationships in terms of friendship, intellectual interchange, she would be more like an insider, but from from the point of view of her of the intensity of her relationships, speaking in the terms of her affects. And I think that that is a key to understand the role she played, in our context. But of course, she was also an outsider. If you regard her, not only her work, but her locus in the public Colombian scene during the years of her most strong presence, she didn't belong to any little party or faction, political faction, but she was like deliberately exerting her difference among a scene that was very polarized, and that in which the political differences were very radical. And that meant that within the field of culture itself, there were groups in formation, and groups that were very closed and very judgmental about the other groups. And it was a scene full of polemics in which she was like a radical free person. And this freedom was incarnated in her work, as well as in her persona, her way to appear in public, to speak in public, to give her interviews and all. The wings for that freedom were made of her sense of humor. I would say that.
Yeah, I would agree with Sylvia entirely. I would just, and it's not even really an addition to say that she was fully, not that she was fully inside of the art scene in Bogotá or in Colombia, but she was a hub for it, right? Her home was, a center of artistic discourse, cultural discourse. But despite that position, and from that position, she remained, and I agree with Sylvia, she kind of cultivated this status of outsider, in that her work didn't look like anybody else's. She collaborated with people, but still her contributions were totally, true to her own vision. She never compromised that position, and she always evaded making definitive statements by using her sense of humor, by using this kind of the tone that she set in interviews, or the tone that she set in the press, was always evasive. So it was hard to know exactly what she meant. And I think that was entirely intentional. And it allowed her to get away with things. It allowed her to change her point of view. It allowed her to change her work without having made any declarative statements, but also having constantly kept everyone guessing. So I think she was certainly, her persona was also part of the work, and maintaining that distance, being unknowable, was part of her strategy.
I would also piggyback on both of the answers. I think it's she was a figure that was in a liminal space, like in betweens all the time, and so she would be an outsider from a certain point of view when she was characterized as a Jewish person, or a person even with a different last name in the context of Colombia, right? That was spelled wrongly in many of the newspaper clippings. either intentional or because they didn't care, or because it was just an outsider name. But at the same time, she had the most Bogotanian accent in Spanish. You know, she had the idioms of the place even more than, you know, she was a local. And she repeatedly said that she was born in a clinic in Bogotá, in the specific clinic that she was born, to emphasize that she was Colombian, right? And also she would answer the question to why, you know, and how she got into scrap metal by saying that she wanted to work in Colombia, not outside of Colombia, even though she studied in Paris and in New York. So it's you can see it from both ways, from both sides, and it's more of a fringe situation, right? Also, the exhibition beautifully, and in the book it's mentioned a couple of times the now famous phrase of you know, in un país de machista hágase la loca, in a macho country feign madness, or pretend to be the mad one, as a strategic position, no? As Avi said, is a strategy of being of maintaining uncertainty, and not a fixed position, as Silvia would say, of militancy. It's more of this uncertainty that was a thing that she took advantage of, and was, I think, clearly strategized in her part, or it came from her spontaneously too. I don't know.
Yeah, if I can at once ask you about, because you mentioned two things, that she has decided to be Colombia. Of course, me as being Polish, for me it's extremely interesting, because I can imagine totally like opposite narration, that she could define herself as Polish. Yes, because being like of Polish parents, she could like identify herself as Polish, not like a Colombian. So for me, this is like extremely interesting. If we have a bit more knowledge about this, why she took such a decision, and the second question, which is in fact very related, is the decision that she decided to stay in Colombia, though she had many different possibilities. Yes, she could stay in New York, she could stay in Paris, but she decided to stay in Colombia in times which were difficult politically, and it was not the easiest decision. The easiest decision would be to go to live in New York or to live in Paris, where she studied, where she went to high school, and where she knew people also.
You know, I think she's unique in that way among a lot, you know, in her generation in Latin America as a whole, not just in Colombia, and choosing to stay where she was, because there was a huge, you know, there were huge exile, expatriate Latin American communities all over the world of artists who were looking for more freedom or more opportunity, or more, you know, who could have been looking for a studio to weld bronze in, right? But I think I can answer the identification as a Colombian part, and then I will defer to my colleagues here about the rest. But you know, she arrived. Firstly, she was born in Colombia, obviously to Jewish parents who left Poland and under difficult circumstances. I mean, the political situation in Poland for Jews, in Europe for Jews, was becoming increasingly difficult. They had spent some time in Palestine. They were looking for some place to go. That's quite clear. And they were prescient enough to understand that going back to Warsaw in 1933 was a bad decision. So over the course of her young life, you know, the reasons to stay in Colombia became painfully clear, and the costs of World War II for the family were really high. She lost many, you know, a lot of her immediate family were murdered during the Holocaust. So I think she felt, and her family clearly felt, lucky to be where they were, that they had made a success in Colombia of their lives. And she, you know, her politics also were clearly, you know, her politics were aligned with movements that were happening across Latin America, right? She supported the Cuban Revolution. She believed in the kind of political activism that was going on in Colombia and that was going on around her. So for all of those reasons, I don't think she had a great fondness for the United States, for what it was doing in Colombia and the rest of Latin America at the time. And, she was always identified, I think, as an underdog. That's the position she was working from. And it seems to me that felt a much more comfortable place for her to be making the kind of work and the kind of statements that she wanted to be making was in Colombia. And I think that also goes back to how closely enmeshed, how enmeshed she was in the cultural scene, in the scene that was happening in Bogotá, her close relationships to the people there, that those were the people she wanted to be working with. So she was traveling, she was, having shows outside of Colombia, but that's where her intellectual, cultural home was and where she wanted to stay.
So maybe I will, at once, we can take this issue of position of Feliza Bursztyn, like within the Colombian art scene, because I think that's also a subject that I would ask you a bit to maybe describe us a bit, because I think especially like in Europe, like the knowledge about the Colombian art scene is very limited, and I think also this symposium, the exhibition and the publication is really a great occasion to a bit work on it. I would like to ask you about the perception of Feliza Bursztyn. What we know is that like it was very, she was also quite often criticized, and especially in the beginning, there was a lot of critique around her, especially made by the Walter Engel, yes, who in '61 said the only artistic possibility for Bursztyn lies in the simple techniques on two-dimensional surfaces. It would take a miracle for her to make a career as a sculptor. Yes, that were the words that were published in one of the widely circulated newspapers in the Colombia. So maybe Sylvia, could you a bit tell us more about the Colombian art scene of 60s?
We can pick together some things because she was active in a very changing scene when she came back to Colombia and started her artistic career, which is more or less the time in which this critique from Ayer was written. Well, I mean, Colombia was coming out from a period of extreme violence and dictatorship, and paradoxically, this coming out of that terrible scene, which with the years didn't get much better anyhow, but changed into a new kind of conflict. We, I think, are going to speak about it a little bit later. Provoked a very strong movement in a cultural field that had used to be very conservative. And when the dictatorship of Gustavo Rojas Pinilla finished, this movement kind of exploded in a good sense, like flourished. And she was very near to some of the starring intellectuals of this eclosion. So she got like side to side in very passionate friendships and with much love with many of the most meaningful figures in painting and in literature that were transforming that artistic scene. But keeping her own voice within that context. I'll put an example on the table. Alejandro Obregón, he was one of the most prominent figures in this transition from this cultural scene of the 1940s and 50s to the 1960s. He carried much strength, changing strength within his work, within his poetics. And he was very influential for some of the women beginning to work in this field at the end of the 1950s. Feliza herself had a very passionate relationship of friendship with him. I think I'm not wrong. She called him the madre, la madre, no? She called Obregón la madre, which is very beautiful because it's not the father, but la madre. But she managed to work side by side with him and with all these prominent figures in literature: Gabriel García Márquez, Jorge Gaitán Durán, Álvaro Cepeda Zamudio. And she connected all this strength in a very personal and unique way, because when you see the painting made in the end of the 1950s here in Colombia, you are going to see the imprint of Obregón style in many of the painters, women and males, in those years, but she never fell into it. And she running a very different career. Anyhow, Marta Traba decides to write an essay on both of them, Obregón and Feliza Bursztyn, together, and showing that both had this capacity of transforming the scene from within. That is to begin in the 50s, but we could go to the 60s and the 70s and we would find her in a very different situation, no? Camilo?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, in the 50s in Colombia, Silvia, you would correct me if I'm wrong, abstraction just starts in painting, right? In the early 50s, in Marcos Pina and all those figures. So for an European or a person from elsewhere that it doesn't know the context, it's a very conservative country that, as Silvia said, had a relatively conservative art scene. Abstraction start to happen in the early 50s. And in terms of sculpture, there's two prominent figures that can be, considered in parallel to Feliza, which are Edgar Negret and Ramírez Villamizar. And they would be classified sometimes as how do you say, cold abstraction, geometrical abstraction, right? So what Feliza was doing was, breaking all those aesthetic patterns, and of course, in parallel, was what Silvia described. We were in the late 50s, mid 50s to late 50s, the dictatorship of General Rojas Pinilla, and then more violence in another way that expressed, after that dictatorship, and that has influenced our lives basically for a couple of generations, the internal armed conflict. So Feliza was in all that mist. We have to consider Cold War too, all the context of the Cold War and the division of the East and the communist and the freedom in the side of the US, and that's what Avi described, as Feliza would identify as a thing that she wouldn't be close to without being, strictly declarative about, that, like her political position. So that's a really broad context of the time here in Colombia.
And looking for that comparison that you proposed, Camilo, I think that there is something very meaningful in the relationship that Feliza built with the years with the city through her poetics. Because, for example, you have Alicia Tafur. She's also making abstraction. She's also making sculpture, but she's like using the materials that have to be used to make metal work, sculpture. Instead, Feliza, through her work with, I forgot the term, chatarra?
Junk, yeah.
The junk.
Scrap metal.
Yes, she had to walk through the city to go to the places where they are repairing cars or the industries are taking out the materials that she used, but that she did. I take this from her interviews. She went to those places and she was not making distance with the people working in those car shops, workshops, I'm sorry. But she was very near to it, to the popular fields in the city. And I think that is that way of making links with the people, on approaching to them, that also makes her stay here in Colombia. Not only her peers in terms of people who have an artistic, intellectual career, but also with the people of the neighborhood, and with the people in the streets and in the popular sectors of the city. So you don't see her like enclosed in her taller, but
studio,
thank you, but going through the city into places which most people of her social circle wouldn't go like that.
But she was not problematizing this situation on going in her artwork. In fact, in going into the streets and working with like different society classes. And this is also something that I would like to that we a bit elaborate about it. It's this. It's the question why she didn't decide to be directly politically involved with her art, which is, I think, also something common. Like, this is something I met quite often in the text about Colombian artists. Even as far as I remember, Sylvia, you also mentioned it in your text, in the publication, that it was common in Colombian art scene that, like Marta Trava or Judith Marquez, they were very important in Colombian art scene. They had high position. However, they were never directly politically involved in the fight for gender equality. However, of course, like in case of Feliza Bursztyn, it's obvious that her work is feministic and like provocative on many levels. However, we cannot call it political art. And I think it's a very interesting paradox we meet in this a bit division between the artwork and then interpretation that is built around her.
So I want to, I'll answer the question. I want to also just add to what was previously said about Feliza in this moment of change from the late 50s into the 60s, and then obviously into the 70s, that she's also, part of a group of women, artists, critics, gallery owners who are really transforming the art scene, and that the decision as a woman to be a sculptor was also incredibly, it was unheard of for an artist, for a female artist to be a sculptor who was welding with scrap metal, right? So she was occupying this space, and I think I always, think it's interesting, this comparison or this pairing of Obregon and Feliza, or Obregon and Bursztyn, right? That he's doing something so traditional as to be a painter, and she's doing something as radical as being a sculptor of junk. What would have happened if they had swapped genres? But that's for another question for another time. But I think just like this is part of the strategy. I think it's part of the performance, because she's very clearly political, and she's very clearly aligning herself with the working class. She defines, when people ask her to define herself, she says that she's a worker and a solderer. She's showing herself with the people that are producing the work. There's these images of her installing work and being very hands-on, or producing work with people in factories and in the studio who are not artists. But I think she was smart enough to leave herself with plausible deniability. I mean, we also see pictures of her in her studio with Che and Fidel on the wall, right? She's not making a secret of where her politics, where her political sympathies lie, but she doesn't make it explicit. And I think that was it was part, like I said, part of the performance. But and Camilo and Sylvia can talk about this more specifically than I, but we're also talking about a political context in which being openly political came with certain risk, and that those consequences over the course of her career, could change. The political reality on the ground was changing rapidly all the time. So never making a declarative statement was, I think, firstly, part of this, mythology that she was creating around herself, but also, it was a way to be cautious about not knowing what could potentially get you into the kind of trouble that was happening all over, right? It was not just happening in Colombia, it was happening all over Latin America, and she was aware of what was happening all over. And you never knew when the political sands were going to change in a way that would, make things really difficult as an artist for having said something that you shouldn't have said, right?
Yes, and to be militant in that moment. Let's talk, for example, about the 60s. The 60s is this moment where, when the dictatorship of Rojas Pinilla finishes, and we start the period in which most of the career of Feliza Bursztyn was developed, which is the National Front, the period of the Frente Nacional, in which they were going to make an interval in the government between the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. But they were leaving aside completely the different factions of the left, which existed and had a very considerable strength in Colombia. No, and this is all we have to understand it like a movement to contain the strength of the Cuban Revolution in the whole South America. No, so it is a strategy of contention, which implied a very strong repression, like explicit censorship, but also some softer ways of make ideological control. But also that made that the parties, the left parties, were became very strong, close, that to be militant in any of those parties, you have to give away somehow a level of your freedom, no? We can put as an example also Clemencia Lucena. Clemencia Lucena was a militant in the MOIR, Movimiento Obrero Internacional Revolucionario, and she developed all her work like within the limits that were proposed within the party, and the people designing the cultural work from within that party. And that is
Sylvia, I just want to clarify that what you're talking about a Maoist party, right?
Yes.
And that Clemencia Lucena is working within kind of the strictures of social realism or political art as defined by, you know, a Maoist party. So your aesthetic choices become slightly less expansive within that kind of stream of work. I just wanted to clarify while you're
exactly,
it's important.
No, yes, thank you so much. And because I have Clemencia here in my mind, but exactly. And Feliza, I don't think she was going to agree. I liked very much the interview with Santiago Garcia that Julia published in the catalog of the exhibition, Julia Buenaventura. And she asked directly to him if she was part of the Communist Party, for example, in which he was a very important member of the Communist Party. And he said, no, she didn't have the discipline that was required to be part of the Communist Party. But the thing is that you really had to give away some of your freedom to be militant in those parties. And that's why also, as a consequence, it started to develop a different line of what we call sympathizers, not militants, of the left leftist ideologies in Colombia. And she was very strongly connected with that stream. For example, most of her friends were part of the Revista Alternativa, which was a magazine that was devoted to search for the truth, but it meant also seeing the left side of things, because here the main media like El Tiempo, El Espectador, Revista Semana, they were not really, they were occluding a very important part of our political culture and life. And so they decide to open that and making peace about the difference of the different factions of the left in Colombia. So we are trying to put first the truth, the facts, above what we should say we are from this party, or the communists, or the Moir, or whichever left party, no? And that is very much like the Feliza's position, that she can be open about being leftist, but she also offers the interpretation, her own interpretation of what is to be left in Colombia, not what she must be as a leftist. In saying things like, if that means I'm of the left, if that means.
Yeah, and I just, I would say also add, it's, I think, important also to just keep in mind how closely allied, right, in the Cold War, Colombia was with the US. And part of, I think, and Camilo, maybe you can say something about this based on conversations with your dad, but she was traveling frequently. Her children were living in the United States. Her sister was living in the United States. She had family abroad. Not wanting to jeopardize her ability to move freely, I think, was also probably front of mind, as there was this exchange also happening in Havana with the Casa de las Americas, and wanting to be able to continue that kind of exchange, I think was probably also something that she was thinking about.
I don't specifically know it from conversation with my dad, but I would guess this is what you thought. It's exactly that. Like, part of not being strictly militant is being able to travel to the US, and yeah, that's it. Also, I wanted to say that for me, it's really powerful that the work itself and the decisions within the work are the ones that are political. And that also, in some sense, in some sense, so position the other, so the people seeing from outside, as her as an outsider, and and classifying her as as in the left, and then force her into exile, So it's not necessarily. She was, of course, close to the left. She was, of course, a sympathizer, as Silvia would say, but it's from within her, the work that happened, that people would consider this as an outsider work, and also, then classified her in this within this political lens. So that's, for me, really really powerful from the work,
Yes, maybe for us is very clear that to be playful, for example, to be playful in her work was a political issue. But in the moment in which she was working, that was not clear at all, because of the strong polarization that was occurring in the political field, and which was manifesting itself also in the cultural field. Many would say that's just a joke. That is not serious work. That is not political work. She's not committed. And they were, like many artists, exploring different levels and ways of commitment. But for example, the Salones Nacionales, in the main events of our cultural arts, of our art scene, they were developing. It is making interviews about this. Someday, a woman I was interviewing about this scene in the 1970s, I'm speaking, she said that even sometimes in a meeting, the people take off the belt and start to hitting the others because they were not being right. Like, it was very really algae.
Contentious was like, you know, it was the temperature of people's emotions about what was happening were intense. Yeah,
Exactly. And there is also the fact, to offer a wider context, that from the 1960s, it began the process of the formation of the guerrillas in Colombia, which were very which had a very fast development, and they grew on the basis of the fields, but also with the years on the basis of the city too. And that made that this radicalization were stronger, because the people, and many young people, was going to join the guerrillas, and they were putting their lives on it, no? So you can see it was not just in the level of your ideas are different from mine, but we were in a war. And that's why the things were so heated up too.
So if I understand it right, and a bit coming back to the issue of sculpture, that I would like a bit like to talk about, that the Bursztyn decision to be a sculptor was a scandal in a country that considered art in general and sculpture in particular to be male thing. Yes, this we a bit already talk about. And Bursztyn played a lot with a social image of the sculpture, and was not only welding her pieces dressed in pearls, silk, kimono, or fur, but also taking pictures of herself doing this and distributing this, which I think it's also like very interesting and very interesting gesture, and also very aware of what she's doing. So how did her attitude to sculpture push the boundaries of notion of sculpture in Colombian history of art?
Sylvia, I'm gonna let you answer that question. Or Camilo.
I think in many ways, because let's explore some of them. I think one important way in which she was like pushing boundaries was, I want to insist on this because I think it's very characteristic of her work, in the relationship she was establishing with the city, and with the material culture of this city, because it also lets her work talk about some position in the processes of modernization that were in the heart of the growing of the cities. And a city like Bogotá, for example, was doubling its size and its population in the 1960s, in the 1970s. It was really growing super faster. And you had, in one hand, the planified growing, and in the other hand, the unplanified growing, that made that the looks of the city are very, like, I can imagine the sculptures of Feliza like a kind of a flora of this city, of its own relation with modernity, which is a difficult relationship, of the city with the modernization processes. And she was open and she was aware of it. She's not trying to correct it, but she embraces it. And she worked it through her sculpture. That's something I really love about her. Camilo?
Yeah, no, and it's part of understanding the difference between working with junk in a country, now so-called third world country, and an industrialized country as the United States. It's different for a person here because to work with those materials, because here the people would use everything until the last second. It's the culture of bricolage and of alternative uses of things, right? So people would repair and repair and repair things, because of course we don't have the same access to new things and new production, new industrialized production as in Europe or in the United States. So that's one thing in that context. And the other, she opened paths for many people. You know, these cross-pollinations of things you can see the crossings and the communications between, you know, the different groups in different cities, in Barranquilla, Medellin, and Cali, all the intellectuals coming together, also in her studio, as Javi said. But also she would she would cross-pollinate in her own work, doing installations, participating in the first exhibition of, at the time, called Environments, what we could understand today as installation art. She would work in tandem with also incredible figures of experimental music. You know, she was really close to Santiago Garcia, one of the most prominent figures of experimental theater, and, you know, in Colombia. So she would also take from that experience and from working within that theatrical space and include it in the work. So I think that for people to see spaces transformed into, I don't know, spaceships and or erotic scenes or I don't know, heartfelt situations, I think that also showed like the possibilities of sculpture more, you know, for people to continue working.
Yes, and also, excuse me.
No, I'm just gonna, please jump in, interrupt me, but I think it's expanding. She was expanding the notions of sculpture, certainly, but I think what Camilo is talking about is really important, is that you know, she was refusing this kind of the separation between art and life, right? And that her insistence on integrating multiple genres, multiple arts into installations, but also you know, this engagement, like that Sylvia is talking about, with the city and the nature of the city and the culture of Bogotá, the culture of Colombia, and erasing any distinction between Bursztyn, the artist, and Bursztyn's work, in making her life into part of her work, or her, you know, her way that she talked about it, the way that she showed it, the way that she engaged with it. She was refusing this idea that art only happens in museums, it only happens in institutions, it only happens with beautiful sculptures. You know, this was you know, she was rejecting that notion entirely, it seems to me. And also, you know, finding this productive space in ambiguity, right? So making sculptures that were incredibly beautiful, but also ugly, you know, using this material, the detritus, garbage that people, you know, that she was walking around the city to pick up, you know, making a monumental sculpture out of a discarded bulldozer chassis, was creating this productive space, in that people had no idea what to make of her. So but that was a way of also starting a conversation about what she was doing, and making a cultural statement, a social statement, that people had to engage with without easy answers, was entirely part of what she was trying to do.
I totally agree with that. And also we should think about how she looks not only to join life in art in her work, but also to make things that are living, like which get her to explore with the with those basic cybernetics of her work, making this to laugh, making this to move, making this to make something happen in showing it. And another from another point of view, I would like to say, like, in regarding the gender issue, there is a women writer that was working at the same time with Feliza, kind of more or less, which was Elena Araujo. And in her novels, one can like take a look to the typical life of a woman in Colombia, in Bogotá, specifically in those years. And she don't use the expression of play crazy in a country of hágase la loca.
Un país de
Country
machistas.
of machos, play crazy, but she says play dumb, which was the other way. These are two, and one have to understand that these are two ways to resist within this macho culture, machista culture. One is play dumb. Play dumb is like, nothing's happening. I don't understand nothing that is happening. I'm just here in my stuff. But play crazy, as Feliza belligerently did, it was another kind of resistance, because it was a counter move. It was not flying by the side and going through the margins and making your life in the borders or something like that, but it was like confronting. And she did that with her work and also with her persona, with her crafting her own freedom within that culture that was, which Marta Traba, I think with very good eye, defined as landlordist. And she was like very frontally going against what she should have been.
I would like to come back to one issue that Camilo mentioned when he was telling about, because I feel like the relation between the art and life, I think it's a very interesting thing that we got in the conversation. But just to make it a bit clear, because Camilo, you mentioned that Feliza was working with scrap metal, but also that it's inscribed within the culture that you use things and so on. However, as far as I'm concerned, in art, it was not like this, because in fact, she was the first Colombian artist to work with non-art materials. So this transition into all this possibility to open herself to life, to this ordinary order, ordinary life, it's something revolutionary in a way. So I don't know if there were any other artists at that time who made the same or later followed this practice.
I think Silvia can answer that better than I. Yeah, but there were other artists that worked with other materials. Yeah.
Yeah, the nearer would be Beatriz Daza, no? Beatriz Daza, and I think that is a relationship that really would be ideal to continue exploring, because they were very close friends, but their friendship came from the affinity of their works.
Yeah. But But I think to the point of your question, Aga, I mean, the Daza was also, using other material, but she was using ceramics. She was using domestic objects to embed in her canvases. Were there other artists using the same materials as Feliza at this moment? No, right? I mean,
No.
and even moving forward, right? It remains unique, at least during her lifetime. Those particular kind of material choices, formal choices that she's making, and she's certainly the first to use this kind of material when she starts out. So definitely unique, and remains so. But I do think that's a really interesting conversation, and Gina writes about it in the book, right? This relationship to Daza, and how their work relates to each other, and this kind of assemblage, and I think that work, really thinking about Feliza in this context, nationally, but also internationally, is work that hasn't been done as fully as it should. So,
Of course,
hoping we're contributing to that a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, and somehow it relates very queerly with, and this you can amplify maybe, Abigail, that it is related strongly but queerly with main streams of the time, like the Synetism and the op art.
And opening the sculpture, yes, I think like that's like the one great step that we see in Feliza's work, that has, of course, a long history, and in 1670s in the history of art, when you open the forms, and what does it mean? It starts like environment, installation, but also it changed totally like the attitude to the audience. And this would be my next question. How she was perceiving her audience, what was her relation with her audience? Because we know there are so many ways that she was searching for some sort of interaction with audience, yes? By making sculptures move with shake, but also by letting the audience to manipulate with her small, mini machinas, with her small sculptures.
I'll answer, or I'll respond to Sylvia's prompt a little bit, and that I think we could spend several hours talking about Feliza's her relationship to other kinetic and op art practices in South America and Central America and Eastern Europe. And I do think it's unique in many ways, particularly in a kind of theatricality of the spaces that she was creating, and in the way that she conceived each sculpture to have a personality and kind of its own soul, its own personhood, and yes, she was creating environments, and many artists and artist groups working in these modes all over the world were doing so, but there's something qualitatively different about the intention and the execution and the elements in Feliza's work. I think that's unquestionably true. So I just wanted to add that to the mix, she was definitely aware of these movements going on elsewhere. I'm just spending time in Paris, and she makes clear, I think, that she's not really interested in the proposals of kinetic and op artists coming from Latin America who are in Paris. She's not, maybe. And Sylvia and Camilo can tell me what they think about this. She's not interested in the same way in play. She's not interested in a kind of playful relationship. I mean, in that, if you think about Grave, or if you think about Soto, and you think about, you know, this kind of joyful engagement with an object, and you can run through it, or have these kind of unmediated experiences with it. She's not interested in an unmediated experience. She's setting up the conditions for you to have a particular kind of engagement with an object. So if we're talking about mini machinas in a gallery, but you have to when you walk in, you're seeing them activated because you're watching a film of them that is, places them into an entire world that she has imagined, and then you encounter them. You don't have an unmediated relationship to the thing. And this seems to be it's a through line with most of her work. So the installations, you hear them before you see them, or you encounter them and they're on a stage, or they're not entirely visible. It's not just about, I don't mean to imply just it, it's not necessarily about this kind of invitation to engage with a sculpture or engage with an object. It's much more planned than that. There's much more, she puts more context around the object. So it's less it's less this kind of free association, because she doesn't leave them without context. She's intent on giving them, giving you context clues. What you do with that, obviously she can't control, but it's totally unique in that way, I think.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. She's changing, she's breaking with the white cube, right? She's most of the times, even though she in some ways accepts or uses some of the strategies, the exhibition strategies of the white cube, but it transcends that. It transcends the contemplation experience of a work of art, or the purely contemplational experience of the work of art, into something that Santiago Garcia once, that the only time that I could interview him about Feliza, told me that she was an irreverent figure, and I think that's a good adjective. It's also for the relationship she's creating within the art space, right? It's irreverent. It wants you to engage, and it wants you to also, weirdly enough, have a position, either of disgust or tension, or discomfort. Yeah. And she was making that with the formal decisions within the works.
Yes.
Also, yeah. No, also one thing about the previous question, it's about the who was the first, or who did use this material or not. I agree that there were people using non-conventional materials for sculpture, as Eduardo Ramírez Villamizar and Edgar Negret, which they use metal in totally different way. They were close friends too. And later, some people, some other artists came and used
Bernardo Salcedo,
Lydia Sud. There's other people using metal and maybe scrap. I don't know. I'm not a researcher on those artists, so I wouldn't know the specifics, but it definitely, Feliza was a unique figure in the way she used that material. She started using it early in the 60s, and the way in which that material transformed into these environments, into these installation propositions, and also into these sculptures that people could manipulate as the mini machinas. I haven't found any documentation of how people manipulated the sculptures and what happened when people manipulated the sculptures, but there is a specific intent in the newspapers announcing the works that Feliza wanted people to manipulate the works and wanted people to touch and transform the works into whatever they wanted and felt like at the moment. So that's like the thing that you can we can say for sure happened. I don't know if it happened or not. It's part of the uncertainty, right? It's part of the proposition.
This is what Abby has said about like that it was not joyful, which I think I like totally agree that this like what was the proposition for the audience was not about being joyful. What it's true that there was quite a lot of these practices like in 60s and 70s, and this has reminded me about the one quotation like from Marta Traba, which described Las Camas as an attack on the passivity of the public. And I think this passivity and this breaking again the rules through again, like even bringing like the erotic subjects in the art were really like provocative that you don't, that makes you a bit maybe uncomfortable in the beginning. That was somehow like very one of the strategies that Feliza Bursztyn was using.
Yes, but I also think that it was very important for her to generate a proximity with the non-usual audiences of the art, with the people, which is not artists and which doesn't seem to be included in the museum dispositive. I think, from the point in which she is collecting her materials until the finished work, she's trying to close the gap and to, as Camilo was saying, guarantee that you can give your point of view on it, and you can laugh on it, or you can feel as you feel looking at it, just like that. Not something I cannot talk about because I don't belong that world, but something I definitely can say, so crazy or so right somehow. And when Abigail was speaking about the singularity of every sculpture she made, like in fact, as it was a living being, I think that there is a strategy that also in which she is somehow, in most of her work, but not all, making kind of portraits and women portraits, which are not, well, of course, of a singular woman, but they are called to be presence, a disrupting presence in where they are placed.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is another one of those places where the contrast that she presented as a person and then the work presents is interesting, and also, very Freudian, right? And that the root of all tragedy, or the root of all comedy, is tragedy. There's something about this work, which is all of it from beginning to end, that's very dark. It's very disturbing. It's unnerving. She wasn't trying to make people feel comfortable in a gallery. That's the other thing, right? She's trying to challenge the passivity of the viewing experience in an institution, but not in a way that she wants everybody to come into the museum and feel like comfortable being there with an object. In fact, quite the opposite. But I think that that's evidence of her, her investment in the art object and the art experience as a way to create awareness of like what's really happening around you, right? I think they're so evocative in this way that Sylvia talks of the city, of the relation, of the place that she's making and the time in which she's making, so that there's nothing, there's nothing soft about a sculpture made out of car bumpers, but that's called flour, right? But it is funny at the same time. I mean, it's funny and it's ironic, but it is not about humor or comfort. But this, because when you talk about Feliza Bursztyn, people always, they remember her laugh, right? They remember how friendly she was. They remember her hospitality. They remember this warmth, which is not what her work expresses, right? They don't reflect her own personality, which I think is also an interesting in that when she talks about them having their own personalities and they wanted to be like this and they needed motors because they wanted to move, and this would make it easier for them to do that, easier for them to speak. I think it's an expression of all sorts of things that she doesn't express in all of her public engagement, and the way that she talks about them. She gives them the power to do the work that she doesn't want to do or that she's reluctant to do, right? She gives them that voice, which I think is a fascinating and very effective strategy.
Maybe with this effective strategy, and refer to this effective strategy, we will close this conversation and this panel discussion. Thank you very much. I think it was like very, very dense, and we managed to touch so many topics that I hope it was interesting for our audience, but also really gave some insight in both in the practice of Feliza Bursztyn, but also in the Colombian art scene, that made it maybe easier to understand this very, very specific art practice. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you both.
Thank you.
And Aga, you too.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the questions. They were very beautiful.
Okay, I would like to thank Agnieszka Sosnowska, Marta Dzieswanska, and Abigail Winograd for their invitation for me to write in the catalog and to participate in this symposium about Feliza Bursztyn's Welding Madness. Feliza Bursztyn is an artist that I have admired for a very long time. And my first issue with her work, my first big line of inquiry was the fact that being her work mostly abstract, I just could see that the work was really abstracted, but it meant so much more. And it was anthropomorphic, it had all these kind of conceptual qualities about it. And it really went in contradiction with a lot of the premises of modernism. And it didn't really feel utopian. It felt very personal, it felt feminine, especially when we think of the titles of the works. So the big question was that, and this is the question that I explored in this essay, The Gendered Political Embodiment of Feliza Bursztyn's Work. And my paper today will be actually based on the essay I wrote. So, and also the art was controversial. Why would something be controversial where there is no figurative signs that denote overt sexuality, overt body connotation, and the fact that it's very difficult to pinpoint. There is an elusiveness about the way that the work works. And Feliza Bursztyn was very elusive about explanations about her work. So there is a situation which is sort of paradoxical there, and it was supported both by a lot of the attitudes that the artist had towards her work and in her life. So the work focuses, this presentation will focus on two aspects that inform the reading of her work. One is her feminist view, another one is the political views which were left-leaning. Even though the work was never literal, both of these aspects that we'll argue are found in her work in very profound ways. So Feliza Bursztyn declared herself as openly left-wing and also a feminist, and this should be understood as central to her work and life, though neither literally nor as reflecting an institutionalized view of this term. In her interview, she played down and avoided explaining the meaning and possible context of her work. She was extremely ironical and funny, and I wish we could find as art historian ways of talking about her work that will also imbue the work with this profound sense of irony and liveliness that had in her work. Because we're not used to think of abstraction, the language that posthumously dominated the interpretation of her work is rooted in a profound dialogue with existence. But we tend to separate the more objectual-based work from her abstract work in her oeuvre. And of course, then we minimize the possible political context of Bursztyn's work, while he's also embodying a liberating relationality between life and art, as well as a critical position, both in regards to political and gender regimes of existence. Throughout her life, Feliza Bursztyn did not conform to social norms. She really was a woman that, even though she was born in a conservative Jewish family, married, had children, then she divorced and suffered greatly for that because it wasn't accepted in her community. She was very free about her work and about her existence. She was a person who was very charismatic and surrounded by a lot of people. And she was truly unconventional and a very free spirit. And her work is reflecting of this, and also in her attitude, she reflects a relational situation for the spectators. If we know Colombian political context, it was really kind of divided between Maoist and Trotskyist factions. Feliza Bursztyn did not actually engage with that kind of politics, which in some artists' work like Clemencia Lucena became very, very strong and illustrative. She was political and feminist in a way that transcended Colombia. Actually, she looked more of a Cuba as a model for thinking of her political views and a society that was free and equal for women. Her work and her persona were simultaneously hermetic, as she did not feel compelled to explain or justify absolutely anything. And at the same time, it's an absolutely open and honest work, because she communicates through the work a possibility to actually relate to issues that were really current at the time. When she was asked if she was a feminist, she responded affirmatively that of course she was a feminist, but she also explained, of course, I love men, which in the context of feminists is absolutely counter to any notion of feminism. But she said she was a feminist and a violent liberationist. And because she saw political and social differences between women and men as very big obstacles in life, there was a series of taboos that refrained women from expressing their sexuality in their lives. And also there were limited opportunities for as an artist, even though she was actually someone that was so incredibly well respected. She had to fight a lot in the system, to be taken seriously for her work. So there was a kind of an ambiguous fascination and rejection of her work in her life. And somehow, it begs the question, someone that has such a strong work, why has been so, in a way, not in the center of any discussions about Latin American art during this period of time. So her feminist views and her social and political aspects of her work come across in 3 series of works, which are the ones that are at the center of my presentation: Las Histéricas, the hysterical ones, the beds, and ocujas, called beds ocujas, and then the last work that she did, the Baila Mecánica. Her response, her fights against patriarchal society without going against personal freedom. She was born, because she was born in a traditional Jewish family, she was also, and a work such as Hysterica's hones in into ideas that have to do with mental health and often be associated to women. When she was asked if she's not afraid of being seen as a mad woman, and instead of an experiment of new artistic language, she responded, I took advantage of the whole madness thing and play it up so that I could really do what I wanted, because I do believe that we are living in a male chauvinistic world. And to be a sculptor and not be a man is very difficult. I resorted to this trick so that people would take me seriously because they thought maybe that crazy woman does interesting things. And I think it worked. So between 1960s and 1980, Bursztyn was not alone in maintaining a lefty position while fighting for her rights as a woman and artist. All throughout Latin America, there were a lot of women that were actually not only struggling and working for, left-leaning causes, especially there were a lot of, Colombia had a civil war, but in the rest of Latin America, there were dictatorships. But there were, all of them sort of refused, the majority of them, to actually call themselves feminist. What is unique about Bursztyn's work during this period is the aesthetic language, a specific form of conceptualism of her work, ranging from abstraction to object-based sculpture and complex environments that involve both a gender and political position. I understand here conceptualism not as a Cartesian notion based on the dematerialization of the object, but to describe a work that is embodied, gendered, performative, critical, experimental, while concerned with societal and political realities, even when they were not articulated as or reducible to discourse. In this essay, I'm concerned with groups of work that involve forms of embodiment of aspects such as hysteria, sexuality, and the existential condition of human beings in society. You can see the 3 series of works that I'm going to be discussing in this talk. As we read in the earlier quotation, Bursztyn engaged with the strategy of being crazy in order to exercise her artistic freedom, and she was renowned for her sense of humor and wit, as well as a refusal to easy explanations, which often irritated interviewers. This sense of humor, often dark, percolated in the series that we have here in front, both in the conceptualization and materialization of the work's specific aesthetic qualities and for the ways her art performed disobedience and perplexing actions through a motor-generated movement. To this, we need to add the staging of her work with dramatic lighting, such as this in the installation of Camas at the Museo de Arte Moderno in Bogotá in 1974, sound and dark backgrounds as in a theater, which propitiated strong reactions in the spectator, who could not help but laugh, scream, feel surprised, shocked, challenged, annoyed, or inspired. I would like to think of Bursztyn's sense of humor, personal and artistic, in terms of Mikhail Bakhtin's idea of culture of popular laughter as a carnivalesque, which is not merely celebratory, but subversive of dogmatism and social norms, are propitiated the release of stress and constraint within a given social order, in this case, Colombian traditional society. We have to understand that Colombia was a very, very traditionally conservative society in the 1960s and 70s. Furthermore, the carnivalesque presupposes that the division between spectator and artist and the officialism of the institution is erased through a collective experience, which is both eccentric and liberatory. By no means I'm implying that the artist's work was understood or accepted in their own time. So this is not carnivalesque in the sense of a party, but rather that her provocation and the challenging nature of her art was independent from its reception, and that it was radical and inclusive. I refer to Bakhtin's notion of the culture of popular laughter, also in relation to Bursztyn's socialist ideas, where the popular emerges as a cultural and social force, and where the spectator is given freedom and a possibility of emancipation as opposition to the conformism of an elitist traditional role of art. Gina McDaniel Tarver, who is also participating in the symposium, writing for the catalog of this exhibition, argues that Bursztyn's widespread practice of recycling and using scrap materials followed a popular tactic for making do in a poor country such as Colombia, that her reusing material were also a way to celebrate the creativity of poor people and therefore of proletariat, as opposed to promote the country's elite desired progressive modernity. Tarver goes on to explain that the artist was proud that her working methods were proletariat, and quotes Bursztyn's affirming that she was a worker and a soldier. That's how she defined herself as an artist. Even though the Hystericas, which is the series that you can see in front, was mostly not made with recycled metal scrap, the work were produced from stainless steel and had little engines. They were motorized kinetic sculpture, in which different components moved and made non-harmonious and clattering metal scraping noise where the engine was activated. As Tarver points out, the industrial materials of steel in Hystericas had connection to industries, and because it left the work's motor visible, they emphasize a relationship to the world of machines more than aesthetics, thus activating a dialogue between her art and the working class world. What is most remarkable is the way that Bursztyn collapses the relationship between mechanics, the industrial craft, and working class and art, with the idea of mental and emotional excess associated to hysteria, a term popularly used to describe the over-emotionality and unacceptability of women. Therefore, you can imagine the relationship of her being crazy and her playing on this. This confluence is one of the key proofs of the artist's independence and non-cooperation with the modernist progressive agenda of Colombia. Firstly, we do not associate modernity and progress to women. And secondly, we certainly do not relate it to the complex, unruly, and unpredictable nature of the female's mind, in this case, Bursztyn's. When associating the unruly movement of the metal sculpture to the title Hystericas, you have to use the imagination. I hope that someone will show one of these pieces in action. It makes a really kind of nerve-wracking noise, and it feels very uncontrollable and strange. And these works were exhibited as an installation of many of them placed in a dark background in the floor. So you imagine the cacophony of all these pieces in a dark, sort of is a mind of its own that moves and is uncontrolled and is out of control and everything. So you have to imagine in other static objects as we're seeing them, they were not conceived to be just seen solely as the way we are seeing them now in this presentation. So this not only reminds, this abstractedness becomes disturbing. Not only does concern the spectator on a personal level, but it also reminds them of the fragility and irrational nature of modernity, not just of the mind, of modernity itself. You know, Colombia also had a very strong modernist abstract kind of scene, art scene. So this works in a very different way from a static painting, for example. Any spectator would relate the pejorative term hysterical then and now, as it embodies the often uncontrollable, sometimes absurd nature of our mind and emotions. So, for example, I like to think of the work of an artist such as Ligia Clark, because Ligia Clark, sort of these pieces were called vichos, which are sort of creatures, and they're abstract and hinged pieces, but they're activated by the manipulation of the viewer. Even though these works, they don't possess the same erotic references or anthropomorphic references of Bursztyn, they're conceived as living forms that exist relationally between abstraction and the performative, and between the creator and the viewer who manipulated them, while embodying the idea of an unstable, unchangeable living creature. The animation of matter and form and the active role of the spectator bring Bursztyn and Clark together. Another artist that I'm actually interested in thinking of this work is Ana Maria Maiolino, that did this series called Mapas Mentales, or Mental Maps, which charted the complex nature of the mind and memory in random arrangement of language, and sometimes colored with grids and language. These words question logical genealogies, psychoanalysis, and oppositional divisions, both within the picture plane and in relation to her own life, thus escaping easy definitions of the mind in the same way that the hystericals by Feliza Bursztyn escape the control of her and the spectator. So this is an image of how the work was displayed at the Radical Women exhibition in the Hammer Museum, which was placed in a theme called Mapping the Body, which was a theme was devoted to the notion of reconceptualization of the body and the mind and the political body of women from the perspective of this kind of conceptual propositions that women were doing. So she was actually, in fact, next to Ana Maria Maiolino in the exhibition. So the public was left often feeling attacked by the unrestrained expressiveness of these sculptures. In this sense, the artist aptly and absurdly described her work as motorized romanticism. The romanticism of her project had nothing to do with the traditional academic notion of the romantic, but with the celebration and embodiment of sensuality, freedom, and vitality without the repressive demands of rationality, perfection, modernity, and the control over the feminine. Okay, so the theatrical aspect of Feliza Bursztyn's work, I mean, it was also evident in the installation that she did of the Hysterica, the piece that we just saw, the metal pieces, and she called the Siempre Acostada, always in bed. So they had this sort of erotic sort of connotation. And then she described the ambience of those pieces, which are so abstracted, you saw them. It was described as multisorial with sexual connotations, recalling the bedroom. The sensuality embodied by the installation was highlighted by the simultaneous agitation of multiple sculpture, suggesting lack of control, and a collective overflowing of life and a sort of unrestrained orgy of the senses. But more overtly erotic were her series Las Camas, which is what we're seeing now, which is a series of beds. She also called them cujas, that she exhibited at the Museo Arte Moderno in Bogotá in 1974. You can see there are a series of beds, double beds, stacked on top with different forms. So these were assemblages made with stainless steel scraps, cords, colored satin sheets, and mortar. As in the case of Las Histéricas, they were also staged in dramatic settings of contrasted darkness and spotlight, and accompanied by an original score by a very important experimental music component called Jacqueline Nova. Large anthropomorphic sculptures, Las Camas, consisted of beds covered in brightly covered satin, over volumes that suggested the presence of human beings lying on them, moving and shaking as if they were making love. The spectators were cast in a voyeuristic role And while nothing was truly happening, everything innuendo a grand act of sensual celebration. Marta Trava, who organized the exhibition and actually wrote about the show, described, and it was a great friend of Bursztyn, so we expect that they must have discussed a lot these pieces. She explains, a liberating experience that could well illustrate the great theme of our time, Eros and Civilization. Trava was clearly influenced by Herbert Marcuse's book, Eros and Civilization, a philosophical inquiry into Freud, which conflated Karl Marx and Sigmund Freud's idea as the basis of non-repressive society. As thus, she saw in Bursztyn's exhibition a grand liberative proposal. The artist had 2 copies of this book in her library, both in Spanish and in English, which makes us think that she was actually, these beds were somehow also inspired or in dialogue with this idea. So Las Camas, in many ways, sort of materialize the centrality of sexuality, both in life and culture, by presenting the beds as staged, as performative. You can see here some of the bed. If you imagine the fabric, the one below, I think, is a reconstruction. They were very essential with this kind of satin material. And when they move, they really have this sort of bodily quality about them. So the centrality, and the fact is, you know, there were stages, performative, immersive, and inescapable experience that overwhelmed the spectator to challenge societal taboos. The centrality of sexuality to human freedom embodied in Las Camas, it recalls Teresina Suarez, a Brazilian artist, that she said, free sexual exercise demands social and political freedom. And she did a very interesting piece called Ella Medio Bola, which is presented also in a large exhibition called Corpo a Corpo, where the artist invited the public to interact with 3 beds made with colorful mattresses, including large cut-out silhouettes of women. The movable flaps making the female shapes, when turned, displayed the painted faces of 3 famous Brazilian soccer players of the time, Pelé, Tostão, and Ustrik. The title of the work is a play on words relating both to soccer and to sex, a little bit like Feliza Bursztyn does with her title. By using the bed for the artist as a place of rest, pleasure, and dream, as the subject of her installation, she was able to speak about the body in a direct way, as well as promoting the active participation of the public. So I find that there is a very kind of lovely sort of relationality with the work of Feliza Bursztyn. I've always liked this idea of imagining how it would have been if, for example, someone like Feliza Bursztyn had met Teresina Suarez or so forth. I mean, we can do exercises like this in art history and like a screen like this and a curatorial exercise and bringing this sort of relationship, which clearly are there, but they were unknown. In an interview to the artist about this exhibition, she declared, making fun of the interview, that the role of the pieces was didactic and cultural. The beds. To another author, she jokingly affirmed that her favorite hobby was the bed, and when asked what her solution to problems of the country was, she replied, my beds. Miguel Gonzalez, an important critic from Colombia, interprets Las Camas for the critical content, not solely for the overt eroticism in an installation that reminded a great brothel, but because of the color of the beds, bishop purple, yellow, blue, and red, refer back to the colors of the Colombian flag, and the natural mauve that you can see here, he saw as a stirred the church and the people. He highlights the interest of this work in a Latin American context by presenting and proposing humor, eroticism, mysticism, and criticism at the same time. Gonzalez's interpretation is interesting because it adds a direct political dimension to the work that hasn't been emphasized, but it was most likely intentional, this sort of reference to the colors of the flag of power, although Bursztyn would not explicitly admit to it. This points further to the multidimensionality of the work. The Colombian critic Eduardo Serrano points out that these works comment on the one hand of the biggest taboo, which is sex. Sex continues to be one of the biggest taboos today, continues to be very difficult to talk about it, and consequently, she acknowledges the social role of contemporary art, providing a new consciousness about life and art. This last comment is important because Serrano reads as a social and visionary dimension to the artist's work, which is precisely why it was rejected, its reference to sexuality and its experimentalism. It is interesting to relate Bursztyn's work to other women artists of a close generation that promoted the freedom of women, the body, the sensorial, and sexuality with artistic experimentation. And even though I'm going to mention the work of Greta Stern, Greta Stern is actually a pioneer which is much further, is a couple of decades before Feliza Bursztyn, but it's interesting because she also uses the notion of psychoanalysis in this sort of ironical mode. There were photographs done for a column titled "The Psychoanalysis Will Help You Out." And then, but she pairs up the notion of electrical items for the home with the oppressions of women. And you can imagine that Feliza Bursztyn turns the bed into a completely liberatory form instead of being private and repressed into a public and opportunity of sort of sexual liberation. And also, but what I'm very interested is the artists I'm bringing to the fore, the artists that have actually been working in abstraction to talk about issues that related to notions of the body. In the case Marta Minujín, Revuélquese y Viva, they were part of a series called Erotics in Technicolor. These are sculptures that were made with false mattresses that the artist sewed and so forth, that were part of sort of a notion of rural realism and pop art, but the psychedelic ethos of the work turns the geometric pattern of the sculpture into ruliness. On the amorphous padded shapes suggest parts of the bodies and traces of the bodies on a surface. Minujín created an installation called the Champandemur, which is the one that we actually see in here, or Revuélvere, which was recreated again with Wallo and Live, will be the title of this, made in Buenos Aires in '64. The Spanish title possesses the double entendre of making love lewdly, and as the title of all these works suggests, these are pieces that are excessive and erotic in nature, the bodily and sensual character, countering the rationality of geometric abstraction. They are saturated and provocative work that invites spectators to free themselves, either their bodies or their imagination, while using an abstract vocabulary that eludes classification. In dialogue with Bursztyn's embodied spatial intervention is, for example, someone like Marta Palau, who made this piece called Lerda in 1973, which are composed of large-scale abstract sculptures, installation made with woven Spanish jute. These pieces transform an embodied space with a monumentality and disobedient feminine form, suggestive of gigantic vaginas. So even though, again, it's not a representation, but it is something. In this piece here, for example, the cascada is emulating the notion of sperm. As in the case of Bursztyn, this sculpture's rationality with architecture transforms it into a feminine space. There is something not only intimate, but eschatological about Bursztyn's suggested hysterical sexuality. And I would like, for example, to mention something very different. This is Carmela Gross, a corpse. It's called Presunto. Again, it's like almost like a mattress. It's like something that you can't define as completely figurative, but it had this double entendre. In this case, it means ham, but is a slang for a corpse, bringing us back to this notion that all this work that these women were doing, which is so bodily, so evocative of the body, whereas erotic or tragic, it is done with a language which is completely non-figurative, non-narrative. And for example, this notion of the possible eschatological nature about Bursztyn's work suggesting of hysterical sexuality, though the body per se is absent from the work, but is made present by the spectator who reacts willingly or unwillingly to them. I mean, these pieces were pieces to which people reacted in a very, very violent way. They thought it was scandalous when people were standing in front of the beds, moving, or the hysterical shakings. That there is something about, being there and feeling that you're a spectator of something and awakening your own fantasies. For example, Sophie Rivera, Rouge and Noir, these are pieces, I mean, we're seeing it from a close-up, but when you see these pieces from far away, they're completely abstracted. They're beautiful photographs. They look like oval with these kind of hues of grays or red, but when you come close, they have to do with the sort of the inner body, with menstrual blood and with excrement, which have fluids that are normal in our body, but we actually tend not to want to think of them. So usually the public is disgruntled or even ashamed by these images. I know because I gave a lot of guided tours where people will feel very uncomfortable about this work. A reaction not at all dissimilar to the ones that audiences and critics alike experience when looking at Bursztyn's work. Although in both cases, they were simply confronted with something commonplace that involves all humans, their sexuality and bodily functions. And in this case, I'm also reminded of Milia Toledo Glue Glue, which are pieces which again are abstract. The glass containers are filled with water. In this case, this particular piece contains a pigment that makes them look red. It sort of suggests blood. So they have a bubble. The bubbles continue kind of to merge and work with them. So normally also they were like colorless, suggesting other types of liquids, but they are ultimately abstract works with the mysterious liveliness of these bubbles and the faint reminder of laboratory tests used in our body have always suggested that these works also pay homage to bodily fluids such as human saliva. So now, and I'm also thinking of someone like Celia Chanches, another artist originally from Cuba that then stayed in Puerto Rico, that created these erotic topologies, which are abstract works by all means. But again, these volumes that they have in these pieces, again, suggests breasts, suggests erogenous zones. So there is, but they are overt, but they're profoundly sensual in nature. One of the things that I wanted to show you a few images of how we displayed the bed of Feliza Bursztyn in Radical Women. She was actually presented, she had hysterical in the Mapping the Body, but she had the bed in the Erotic Gallery. And the Erotic Gallery was interesting because some artists in Colombia that normally are not seen in contact with them were actually in dialogue with her. So, for example, you had here Katy Horner, who is, from Mexico, Isabel Castro, Cecilia Vicuña, Marcia Shish, Ligia Clark, Defina Bernal. You can see here Karel Rameson, who is an artist from Colombia who has dealt quite a lot with kind of erotic themes. You have Marta Minujín on the right-hand side. You have Delia Cancela with Corazón Destrozado. Here you have Teresina Suarez in the center, just in front of the bed. The artist that we just saw with the beds. You had Ligia Pape, again, Karen Lamazon, Mercedes Helena Gonzalez. So it's interesting. And here you have, funnily enough, the sort of merging of two themes, social places and erotics. And in the social places, you can see Beatriz Gonzalez cot, which also talks about this sort of society, conservative society in Colombia, but there is like a baby and a virgin in the cot. But then you have Wash and Wear, this sort of Botticelli's birth of the Botticelli piece. And again, they have nothing to do, but there is a bed and there is a cot. So these things happen sometime when you actually curate exhibition, that these unexpected superpositions happen, but also it talks a lot about the way that the work of Feliza Bursztyn has this capability to kind of dialogue in different contexts, in different moments with different artists in non-literal way. The same way that the work is non-literal allows this openness, this suggestiveness that creates a possibility of conversations, which is very profound. For example, here you have Marta Palau coming here and so forth, and this is at the Brooklyn Museum. So now I want to focus in the last pieces of the exhibition of my presentation, which is the Baila Mecánica, which again, it changes very much the mood from this sort of festive nature of the work of the erotica, of the beds and the hysterikas. Feliza Bursztyn exhibited the environment La Baila Mecánica at Galeria Garcés Velázquez in Bogotá in April of 1979. It included 7 personages that even have names. So imagine how anthropomorphic they are, though they're headless. They're funny, the names Pechuga, Fragata, Pipa, Enano, Piolín, Gordillo, and Bailón. Some of them are sort of referring to sort of almost comical. But they danced. Originally, the plan was that she was going to have music separate, but the musician died. And then she set it with a solemn choral music of the 12th, 13th century composer Perotinos Magnus. So it was sort of, it didn't have the sort of festive sense anymore, as the music wasn't that open-ended. Bursztyn spent more than 5 years working on these sculptures and the technology. The figures could be taken apart and reassembled for other venues and never looked exactly the same once put back together. She actually exhibited them in another part in Colombia, and also she took them to Havana in Cuba. The artist dyed and stained with dirty colors such as ochre, brownish gray, orange, and pale purple, the fabrics that covered these figures. I mean, I'm interested in these images, sorry about the photograph, but this is from the catalog of Galeria Garcés Velázquez, where they printed all the images with these sepia tones. So it gave this sort of monotone to these pieces per se. Here, I took the same images and turned them into black and white photocopies to see, and again, they have this eerie, phantasmagoric nature to them, this sort of family of figures that are actually coming together. They were headless. She presented daily functions of 20 minutes each, where the lights went out and spotlights will focus on the figures rotating and vibrating to the rhythm of music. The movement was activated by an energy, but it was somber and spasmodic, created a general mood of melancholy. The festive characters of hystericas and camas was replaced by a sense of solemnity and gravity. Furthermore, the movement of the figures was circumscribed by individual wooden floor ridges and cables attached to the upper section of the figures to the ceiling. You can actually see it on the image on the right-hand side, that they had this sort of square contained ledge that made the figures sort of circulate always in more or less in the same position, and they had the cable that attached them electrically, and it sort of almost makes you feel that they're being followed like robotic images. So it created a strange sense of the robotic and a lack of freedom. It should also be remembered that in 1978, Julio César Turbay Ayala was elected president of Colombia. At the same year, he created the security statute decree by which he gave military the freedom to interrogate, detain, and torture individuals suspected of being involved with left guerrilla activity. It is my interpretation that the darkness and gravity of Baila were a direct response to the increasing levels of political repression in Colombia. Bursztyn herself was taken from her home and interrogated in 1981 upon return for exhibiting La Baila in Cuba, which led to her exile the same year. The anthropomorphic figures in La Baila were described as beggars, sad, monstrous, flagellants, thus introducing marginalization into the museum. This specific moment in the social and political life of Colombia carried with it the crisis of much that was important to Bursztyn, her ideals for a just society, culture, and her personal freedom. And this is clearly reflected in the strange sadness and canniness of this work. In the chronology of Bursztyn's first retrospective exhibition in Bogotá, Camilo Leyva, Manuel Ochoa, and Juan Carlos Osorio suggested that the staging of the dancers La Baila had a close relationship with Erotics, Parangoles, which you can see here in the images, a series of portable capes, flags, banners, and tents made of painted fabric, ropes, plastics, and diverse materials that the artists and other participants were to dance to the rhythm of samba. Beyond the direct notions of embodiment in their work, perhaps the strongest connection is the social underpinning in both artists. Whereas Otisiga created Parangolé in dialogue with the people of the Mangueira Hill, a shanty town of Rio de Janeiro dominated by marginalization and state violence, Bursztyn created La Baila to embody a social and political crisis. Perhaps an even closer connection can be found with Carmela Gross's La Negra, Black Woman, from 1997 that you see on the right-hand side in the screen, an imposing larger-than-life headless figure covered with many layers of black nylon tulle. The sculpture-like body is supported by a platform on wheel that allows for the piece to be moved. This urban mobile sculpture was originally installed in the busy Avenida Paulista in Sao Paulo. Carmela Gross has explained about this work. It only speaks of the great veil, of the great set of overlays of fluid matter, of a negative of the bride, of the widow. This work was done for the streets, but even now in the museum, the rod and handle are present. It points to the cart, to the machine. And it still is an allegorical about the car residue. An extraordinary monumental wheel in the praise of the samba schools, a social machine, a collective work, simple and complex at the same time. Although this piece is now motorized like Bursztyn's figures, a negra too refers to the machine, to dance and to the body, and both artists bring a strong social dimension to their work. Paulo Millada interprets a negra as replacing the exotic body of African origin with the massive volume of invisible bodies. And in this, he recalls the phantasmagorical presence of Bursztyn's headless beggars. You can see it on the left-hand side. Those members of society that were marginalized and or repressed. In the case of Bursztyn's La Baila related both to the working class, the political persecuted, and human existence, while Gross Negra embodied the marginalized and invisibilized Afro-Brazilians, specifically women, and popular life in the streets, and in the case of Oiticica, the marginalized people in the favelas. In both cases, the figures have a phantasmagorical presence, and to Boribo Mesquita's description of the work, they float like a shadow. In this presentation, I've explored how Feliza Bursztyn's work, far from being abstracted and detached from life and the social and political realities of Colombia, embodies a profound criticality and relationality with her time that is both political and gendered. Her left-leaning and feminist stance permeate her work, particularly Las Histéricas and Las Camas and La Baila, giving urgency to the invitation to interpret her art in social and political terms. The ways in which Bursztyn challenged the public to participate in performative situations were unconventional and unpalatable, that were profoundly rejected, involving not only a rupture with the traditional roles of passive spectatorship, but promoting a more horizontal and participative stance for the spectator that could be potentially emancipatory. In that way, we could say that the work was ahead of her time. It was very difficult for our public in Colombia at the time to actually embrace the possibility of a work such as this. The sexual connotations, vitality, and uncontrollability of the motorized sculpture, as well as the multisensoriality of her environment, counter-rationality, the subordination of women, and freedom of expression. Finally, the unconventional motorized sculptures and performative installation were ways to provoke and activate the spectator and challenge society's taboos and lack of imagination. Ultimately, Bursztyn's transgressive, creative, and free humor that I have associated with Batkin's notion of the culture of popular laughter and the carnivalesque morphed in La Baila, her last public project in Colombia before her untimely death, in the context of a growing repressive situation in the country, into a somber spectacle of a ghostly reality where it was no longer possible to celebrate and to be free. Thank you very much.
We Must Fight, Feliza Bursztyn and Colombian Women in the Arts. I'll begin by saying this is a slightly expanded version of my essay for the catalog that accompanies the exhibition Feliza Bursztyn, Welding Madness at the Museum SOS. And I'd like to thank the museum for organizing this presentation and the exhibition curators for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation today. When giving an interview for a popular Colombian magazine in 1973, Feliza Bursztyn declared that she was a, quote, feminist and violent liberationist. She went on to explain why. Because I believe that there is a political and social difference between men and women, and it's that we women are not able to do what we want with peace of mind. The problem is that you were raised in that way. You were raised differently since you were born. Moreover, there are no other possibilities by tradition and by culture. Progress has been made, but not enough. We must fight and ensure that an equally skilled woman is paid the same salary for the same job as a man. And at this time, that's not the case, end quote. With this talk, I aim to situate Bursztyn's artistic practice within the international feminist movement and to point to how her work, in conjunction with that of other Colombian women in the arts, contributed to second wave feminism in Colombia. Some background on the complicated history of Colombian feminism is useful. It helps us to understand the uphill battle for equality engaged in by women like Bursztyn. It also serves as a reminder of how radical she and her art were. Feminism, as a movement, arrived late to Colombia, as it did generally to countries of Latin America where the Catholic Church held sway. There were extraordinary examples of Colombian women in the 19th and early 20th centuries who agitated for women's equality, but the movement for women's rights, including suffrage, that is, international feminism's first wave, didn't really gain steam until the 1930s and early 1940s under a series of liberal governments. Upper-class women, such as Ofelia Uribe de Acosta, used their positions and influence to lead the political struggle in its earliest stages. And arguments for women's suffrage centered around promoting democracy and capitalism while preserving traditional feminine values. The main reasoning of the early movement was that if given the vote, women would help to protect the family and children and advocate for decorum in politics. By the early 1940s, the women's rights movement expanded to include a coalition of middle-class and working-class women. The appeal for women's suffrage shifted then from a focus on traditional gender roles to liberal ideas of equality. After slow gains in women's legal and educational rights during the 1930s and early 1940s, the movement stalled when the Conservative Party took power in 1946. And it met with new challenges as the nation was engulfed in La Violencia, a period of bloody partisan violence that began in 1948. It was during La Violencia, though, and in fact under a dictatorship, that women finally gained the right to vote in 1954. They achieved this with the support of the Catholic Church by arguing that their participation in politics would have a moderating influence that could help to end the violence. It took another 3 years before women actually voted in a national election in 1957. This commemorative stamp that I'm showing you here, which was actually issued in 1962, reflects the way that women ultimately succeeded in gaining political franchisement through a conservative approach that embraced traditional expectations of women's social roles. So here it's a young mother who casts her vote with her child in her arms as she looks over her shoulder to the past at a statue of Policarpa Salaverrieta, who was one of the only Colombian women acknowledged as a national hero for her role as a spy in the wars of independence against Spain. This brief background on the first wave of feminism in Colombia reveals how conservative the country was during Bursztyn's own lifetime. It also allows us to understand how quickly the second wave of feminism succeeded the first, and how extremely radical the second wave was in that context. After women's first national vote, less than a decade had passed when the contraceptive pill, miniskirts, hippies, sexual liberation, and second wave feminism appeared in Colombia. To put Bursztyn's life within the context of Colombian feminism, she was born in 1933. That was the year that women gained the right to attend high school and university, which was one of the first major accomplishments of the first wave feminist movement. And in 1981, the year of her death, the first feminist encounter of Latin America and the Caribbean, which was a watershed event in the consolidation of second wave feminism in the region, was held in Bogotá. At this event, women discussed a wide range of topics, including the more historical ones, such as pay inequality and political participation, but also newer and more challenging topics, such as women's health, including vaginal self-examination, and sexuality, including lesbianism. They emphasized feminine solidarity as they strategized for how best to initiate change. So, in between these two events, Feliza Bursztyn, in collaboration with many other women, developed a radical artistic practice that proved that women could lead the way and make significant changes in a field previously dominated by men. Bursztyn made the life-changing decision to become a professional artist in 1957. Remember, that was the year when Colombian women first voted nationally. For Bursztyn, it was a pivotal year on a personal level. She was 24 years old, married with 3 children, and living in Bogotá. That year, she left her American-born husband and children, which was a radical and heartbreaking decision, but a necessary step in achieving her goal, because her husband didn't want her to pursue a career. He wanted her at home with the kids. That, of course, was a common expectation in the US, where he was from, and it was standard in Colombia. Scandalously, Bursztyn not only left her home and family, going to Paris to pursue her dream of studying art there, she also did so in the company of another man whom she'd taken as a lover. He was Jorge Gaitán Durán, a famous poet known for erotic poetry, and they were lovers until he died in a plane crash in 1962. Bursztyn's husband moved back to the United States with their children. They officially ended their marriage in the US, since divorce was illegal in Colombia until 1991. This small part of Bursztyn's story reveals some of the difficulties that she faced as a woman. It also shows the strength and audacity of her commitment to art. It shows that her fight for women to be able to, quote, do what we want with peace of mind was personal as well as political. Significantly, Bursztyn was not alone in the fight. She was part of a wave of change that opened new social, professional, and creative possibilities for women. Her work is among the best examples of artistic innovation in the 1960s and 1970s, but it does stand side by side with that of other daring women like Beatriz Gonzalez and Alicia Barney. Bursztyn and other intrepid Colombian women, many of them her friends, propelled Colombian art into a new era, and in the process, they contributed to women's emancipation. Her career and her success were closely tied to those of other women in the arts, and these women complemented, supported, and inspired one another. Famously sociable, Bursztyn was friends with many intellectuals and artists. For the sake of time, I'll focus on 4 key relationships with gallerist Rita de Agudelo, critic and curator Marta Traba, artist Beatriz Daza, and composer Jacqueline Nova. As an art historian working from a cultural and temporal distance, I rely on published evidence, which is sometimes scarce. So my reflection on how Bursztyn influenced these women and vice versa, and how their work impacted others, contains elements of speculation based on what can be gleaned from both artworks and texts. When Bursztyn burst onto the Colombian art scene, that scene was overwhelmingly dominated by men. The most famous artists were Alejandro Obregón, Edgar Negret, Eduardo Ramirez Villamizar, and Fernando Botero. And you can see 3 of those 4 artists in this picture, along with other well-known Colombian male artists. That's Botero on the left. Obregón is just right of center with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and Bursztyn was very good friends with Obregón. And Ramirez Villamizar is right next to Obregón. Judging from participation at the annual national salons, about 3 times as many men as women became professional artists during this period. Art education through universities was available to women. However, women were inculcated in notions of what was proper for them to do. And the main expectation was to marry and have children. Furthermore, women who studied art were encouraged to go into applied arts like interior design. Bursztyn's good friend Feliza Daza, for example, studied at the Javeriana University. That was a Jesuit institution that actually had an entirely separate college, basically, for women. And it was there that Daza earned an art and decoration degree that was offered just for women. Notions of appropriate gender characteristics were also projected onto judgments of style. As one critic, Casimiro Eiger's review of a salon of women painters in 1959 makes clear, in arguing against separating women's art from men's, he writes that the label feminine painting usually indicates, quote, a certain mixture of grace and charm, of soft harmonies and slight insinuations, together with a certain sentimentality of the subject, end quote. Whereas masculine painting connotes vigorousness, courageousness, formal solutions, audacious motifs. He expressed his belief that these were socially constructed and invalid categories that should be discarded, since all good art exhibits the so-called masculine traits. And I'm showing you right now works by Lucy Tejada as an illustration because although Eiger called her a great painter, in the same review, he criticized her for being in what he referred to as a weak and sentimental phase. However, in her excellent book on Beatriz Gonzalez, art historian Ana Maria Reyes shows that in the 1960s, art criticism continued to betray a deep sexism embedded in its formal analysis, and double standards on the basis of gender were common. Despite this situation, women during Bursztyn's time made a great difference to Colombian art, and they drove the promotion of new art forms. For example, the first specialized art journal in Colombia, published from 1956 to 1960, was Plástica. Created by the abstract artist Judith Marquez, it was dedicated to supporting abstraction. Also crucial to promoting new art forms was Rita de Agudelo, who ran the Galeria San Diego from 1969 to 1985. Galeria San Diego consistently featured the most radical tendencies. Here, for example, you can see the exterior of the gallery in 1973, when it hosted a conceptual art exhibition, Marlboro, Colombia, by the 23-year-old phenom Antonio Caro. Agudelo is also remembered for her leading role in organizing the audacious Jorge Tadeo Independent Salon of 1972. Featuring 133 artists, including Feliza Bursztyn, the Independent Salon set itself against the state-run National Salon. It holds a place in Colombian art history as a major challenge to an important art institution of the time, and it's a good example of Agudelo's impact on the arts. It's revealing of the sexism of the times that a newspaper interview with her about the Independent Salon begins by introducing her as, quote, the young, pretty, and dynamic wife of the Minister of Development, end quote, adding in a seemingly joking tone that she's, quote, a different minister, end quote. Quite independent of her husband, she was extraordinary in many ways, having earned a degree in biology at Colombia's National University and then completed a specialization in bacteriology in Europe. A rare trajectory for a woman in the 1950s. After working for years in bacteriology as a highly respected researcher and university professor, Agudelo gave it up to run the Galeria San Diego. Agudelo's gallery provided Bursztyn with a prominent venue in support of her innovative sculpture. It was at the Galeria San Diego that Bursztyn first exhibited her mini machines in 1969. The mini machines are Bursztyn's small sculptures with moving parts that at the time could be manipulated by the viewer, a kind of art of participation that was rare and new in Colombia. The gallery would feature 3 exhibitions of Bursztyn's art in the following decade, in 1972, 1974, and 1977. Bursztyn and Agudelo were friends as well as colleagues who mutually benefited from their relationship. Agudelo helped to promote Bursztyn's art, while Bursztyn's art was instrumental in establishing the gallery's reputation as cutting edge. The extent and importance of their relationship is seen in the large-scale public sculpture Vida de Agudelo that Bursztyn made around 1973, in homage to and with the support of the gallerists. It was a monument to Agudelo's great achievements in the art, unfortunately no longer intact. That critic I quoted earlier, who introduced Agudelo as the young, pretty, and dynamic wife of a man of importance, did, despite the inherent sexism, state Agudelo's importance, quote, her fervent support for the dissemination and recognition of Colombian art has been definitive in the development of the visual arts, and this support is not limited to her labor in the gallery, end quote. No woman, arguably no person, did more to renovate Colombian visual arts in the 1950s and the 1960s than Bursztyn's close friend, Marta Traba. Traba was a prominent art critic and curator. She even had a popular TV show dedicated to art history, and she was a driving force behind the opening of the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá, which she was the leader of from 1962 to 1969. Traba also taught art history at universities, served on admission and prize juries for art competitions, and organized exhibitions of Colombian art for foreign museums. Bursztyn and Traba's friendship and careers were deeply intertwined. Traba enthusiastically supported Bursztyn's art as a critic, exhibition organizer, juror, and close friend. The overlap of these roles and consequent potential for conflict of interest is notable. For example, Traba was the main organizer of the Intercol Salon of Young Artists in 1964. She likely wrote the call to artists, which specifically encouraged the submission of the latest tendencies, including junk art, chatarra. This language was seemingly tailored to include Bursztyn's art, as art historian Nadia Moreno Moya notes in her book on the Intercol Salon. Traba was one of 3 members of the prize jury as well, which awarded Bursztyn the first prize in sculpture. And Traba also wrote a review of the salon in which she praised Bursztyn as, quote, genius of the junk, end quote, for her ability to create beauty out of base materials. These facts show the degree of Traba's involvement in Bursztyn's career and her influence within the Colombian art scene. Traba did not hesitate to use her positions to promote Bursztyn's art because she strongly believed in its validity and power. As the director of the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá, Traba organized some of Bursztyn's most important solo shows, Chataras in 1964 and Hysterics in 1967. Additionally, she was on the National Salon Prize jury that awarded Bursztyn's Looking North the first prize for sculpture in 1965, and she was a member of the committee that awarded Bursztyn the commission for the monument to Colombian President Alfonso López Pumarejo in 1967. Both of these awards enveloped Traba and Bursztyn in controversy. When the radically new art that Traba supported, including Bursztyn's, caused outrage, as it often did, Traba went to battle to defend it. That she didn't shy away from polemic made her a role model for women's assertiveness. Traba surrounded herself with innovative artists like Bursztyn, forming a circle that became a powerful locus of change. Another innovative artist whom Traba supported was ceramicist Beatriz Daza. Of Bursztyn's female friends, she was closest to Daza. Contemporary critics mostly perceived their artworks in opposite ways, but their similarities as well as differences make them complementary. Bursztyn's work was seen as extreme and associated with masculine practices. Hernando Valencio Gelco wrote, quote, "There is nothing of the feminine in that confrontation with the inexorable stubbornness of iron," end quote. Daza's art, in contrast, was consistently described in terms related to ideals of feminine restraint. Critics wrote that Daza's art displayed, quote, "smooth and concentrated serenity," end quote, and described it as, quote, "sure, responsible, measured," end quote. Nevertheless, Daza also dealt with prejudice not only as a woman, but because her preferred means of expression, ceramics, was associated with utility and craft, therefore not considered fine art. Like Bursztyn, Daza came to be respected for pushing the material, technical, and aesthetic boundaries of art in ways that changed the perception of art in Colombia. Daza experimented with glazes and textures with increased scale and ceramic paintings, creating clay works that the critics felt expressed a new form of artistic expression. These earned her prizes at the National Salon. Around 1966, however, she had to stop making pottery since the toxic materials that she used for glazes had damaged her lungs, and Bursztyn would have similar health problems from welding fumes. Daza began to make still life compositions by embedding broken crockery and other items in plaster. These reliefs now are her most famous contributions to Colombian art, and they relate in multiple fascinating ways to other modern art, including Bursztyn's own chataras. Daza showed the reliefs in 1966 in an exhibition called Testimony of the Objects Held, of course, at the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá. Full of ceramic shards, much of which appear to be from her own pottery, the reliefs very literally mark a break with her earlier work. They exhibit a new antagonism that may well have been inspired by her friend Bursztyn's aggressive approach to art. Their broken crockery calls to mind domestic outbursts, uncontrolled rages expressed through destruction. Compressed and shattered, they seem to trap moments of convulsion. In the lower part of this particular relief, called It's Been a Long Time, there are refined objects, including a 19th century porcelain teacup and saucer, and a silver strainer and a lace doily. These are embedded in a pale background. The upper, darker part slides like a tectonic plate under the lower section, creating a fault line. Along this rift are broken pieces of rougher ceramics. And again, these are likely of Daza's own production, as well as pieces of rusted metal gears that could have come straight out of Bursztyn's workshop. The mechanical parts seem to threaten to crush the fine porcelain. The cup itself, in fact, has already been broken and glued back together, evidence of its fragility. Daza's assemblages, like Bursztyn's, give material testimony on the changing state of Colombian society. While Bursztyn's chataras draw from mechanical materials and evoke workspaces designated as male, Daza's reliefs relate to the physical space traditionally allocated to women, the private home. Spatial compression in Daza's assemblages shows the restrictiveness of women's place. Bursztyn's disorderly chataras implicitly challenged gender stereotypes because Bursztyn made them with materials and techniques associated with male labor. Daza's assemblages, on the other hand, more explicitly refer to feminine gender within Colombian society. Particularly, it's been a long time, since it contrasts objects from the feminine domestic space with an encroaching modern world. Art historian Julian Serna points out that the dishes and the silver used in It's Been a Long Time belonged to Daza's grandmother, who was the First Lady of Colombia. Daza's grandfather, Ramon González Valencia, was president from 1909 to 1910. This inheritance, in speaking of the role assigned to women within the country's conservative structures, points to family lineage that aims to maintain among its members patterns of behavior to safeguard a certain kind of social distinction. That is why this gesture of breaking is so strong. Breaking is an act through which Beatriz Daza gives permission to detach herself from the family tradition and the role that was imposed on Colombia up to that time. Daza's object testimonies record her own crazy actions, smashing dishes, breaking with social expectations in her own life. These are strikingly different from her earlier serene artworks. We might even say that they channel the mad power of her dear friend. With these assemblages, she, like Bursztyn, used material fragments to wreck social and artistic standards and forged new ones out of the remains. On June 23rd, 1969, Daza and Bursztyn were together in Cali. Both were participating in the 8th National Festival of Art when they were involved in a car crash. Bursztyn recovered from serious injuries, but Daza was killed. Marta Traba arranged a memorial exhibition of Daza's art later that year at the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá. And Bursztyn wrote a tribute to Daza in the exhibition brochure saying, quote, "We can only honor her and somehow thank her for having been a friend and having given us so much," end quote. With little documentation to rely on, we can only speculate as to how their friendship impacted Bursztyn's art, or Daza's for that matter. It appears to me, though, that around 1965 to 68, their artistic paths, which had seemed so different, converged, and that they exchanged or shared ideas. With the reliefs of 1965 through 67, Daza embraced the fragment, assemblage, and the power of madness, all important aspects of Bursztyn's chataras. And Bursztyn began to create the hysterics in 1967, which deal more directly than her previous art with gender stereotypes through the idea of female madness. Furthermore, the hysterics, and later the beds, produce an associative spatial shift in Bursztyn's art, leaving the mechanic's workshop, We move into the intimate zone of the bedroom, still a mechanized space, but now domestic. When Bursztyn exhibited the Hysterics in February 1968 at the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá, one aspect that jarred many critics was their noise. Perhaps it was their clanking that led Marta Traba to write in the exhibition brochure that the Hysterics were, quote, as irritating as the music of Jacqueline Nova. It turns out that Traba's linking of Bursztyn's sculptures with Nova's music was prognostic. Bursztyn was fascinated with how sound added to the work and its space, and this interest led her to seek a collaboration with Nova. When Bursztyn debuted the Hysterics, Jacqueline Nova was in Buenos Aires studying avant-garde music. She received a scholarship in 1967 to attend the Latin American Center for Advanced Musical Studies at the Torquato di Tella Institute in Buenos Aires. The scholarship was awarded on the basis of her explorations in aleatory and serial music, which had already established her reputation in Colombia as a radical composer. The Center for Advanced Musical Studies offered Nova the chance to work with the latest technology for recording and modifying sound. And there, Nova composed electronic music for the first time. She also began incorporating sounds from the everyday environment, particularly mechanical noises, into her compositions. Electronic music allowed Nova to explore what she called, quote, the marvelous world of machines, end quote. In March 1969, having returned to Bogotá, Nova and visual artist Julia Acuña created a multimedia installation at the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá, which they called Light, Sound, Movement. It was a series of specially built spaces that included found items such as a large cage and a knife grinder, illuminated by colorful lights and filled with the sound of Nova's music. And unfortunately, there isn't much documentation aside from a description and this photograph in the newspaper about the exhibition. Light, Sound, Movement brought attention to Nova's new electronic music. It also demonstrated its relationship to visual art. Bursztyn's The Hysterics exhibition and Light, Sound, and Movement, along with an exhibition called Environments that was also held at the Museum of Modern Art of Bogotá and in which Feliza Bursztyn participated, these three exhibitions stand out as the earliest forays into multisensorial installation art in Colombia, and they evince the pioneering role of women. Bursztyn began to create sculptures that eventually became the beds. As soon as she finished the Hysterics, she added the element of music because it was very important to her. She specifically sought out Nova in order to do this. As Bursztyn explains, she and Nova collaborated closely, quote, to give the necessary tone to each bed and to the objects that surround each, end quote, because the beds, quote, require a total environment, end quote. Interestingly, many reviews of the beds, which was exhibited in Colombia in 1974, don't even mention the music or name Nova as a collaborator, but Bursztyn gave her credit for creating the ambiance that makes the beds effective. In fact, she even went as far as to say that they do not work without music. Even more than the Hysterics, the beds suggest human bodies, confusing or conflating the machine and the human. Bursztyn surrounded the beds with dark curtains, and she lit them with spotlights, similar to how she had shown the Hysterics at the Museum of Modern Art in Bogotá. But the metal armatures and motors in the case of the beds are hidden under great swaths of satin in really bright colors. And these colors evoke the Colombian flag, bishop's vestments, and even Colombian folk costumes. Traba described, quote, cloth sliding over the bed like an ambiguous banner, sexual, patriotic, erotic, end quote. The sexual connotation was clear. Some critics even compared the space to a bordello. Nova's soundtrack consisted of, quote, electroacoustic sounds created with metallic sheets and other sources that were unconventional for the time, end quote. The music complemented the sound of the beds themselves and complicated the entire scene, adding to the absurd spectacle. It was not just the media of the beds that was astonishing. For women artists to make such blatant references to sex in all its physical exuberance and awkwardness was revolutionary. The collaboration between Bursztyn and Nova was a perfect meeting of creative minds and artistic practices, as both women audaciously pushed the boundaries of their fields through their explorations of new means of expression and the use of new materials from the world of modern machines. Both women challenged gender roles in the process, since they literally entered spaces normally occupied by men, junkyards and industrial workshops in the case of Bursztyn, and the Center for Advanced Musical Studies in the case of Nova. And they also took up male practices, that is welding in the case of Bursztyn, and musical composition and sound engineering in the case of Nova. Artist Alvaro Barrios, one of Bursztyn's friends, noted that her work as a radically experimental artist was made even more difficult by being, quote, in a society in which art made by women is more related to painting on porcelain than to autogenous welding, end quote. Similarly, musical historian Ana Maria Romano observed of Nova, quote, her determination to be a composer went against class norms because it conflicted with the good manners of old-fashioned bourgeois guidelines in which, by tradition, the female incursion into the world of music was confined to the judicious interpretation of the piano. And by the way, Nova was from an elite and traditional background, as you can see from this very poor photographic image on the left. These two images are worlds apart. Bursztyn and Nova considered their collaboration so successful that they immediately began to work on a new joint project, a mechanical ballet, which Bursztyn finally realized in 1979. Tragically, Nova died of cancer in 1975 at just 40 years old. Without Nova, Bursztyn used very different music, a 12th century chant, because she didn't want to work with any other modern musician. She literally said she looked for something that was extremely different from what Nova would have given her. So this whirlwind look at the achievements of 5 Colombian women in the arts in the 1960s and the 1970s just scratches the surface. Through bold endeavors such as these, Bursztyn and other extraordinary women in Colombia worked against the kind of cultural and social conditioning that historically kept women subordinated to men. Women's fight for equality was hampered, Bursztyn recognized, by psychological inhibitions. Therefore, the activities and productions of these women must have had a profound impact on other women as examples of what was possible. They broke taboos. Bursztyn, Agudelo, Traba, Daza, and Nova were not the only women working at this time who shaped Colombian art, but they are outstanding as examples of women who insisted on their own judgment, who took the lead in action, who developed their own means of expression despite strong social resistance, and who decisively rejected socially designated roles to challenge masculine and feminine categories and make them less important in the realm of art. Remembering these achievements and how women together accomplished them can inspire continued work and solidarity. I'll conclude this talk by returning to Bursztyn's words that I quoted at the beginning. Progress has been made, but not enough. We must fight. Thank you.
Hello again, my name is Pierre-Henri Foulon. I'm the curator of exhibition program at Museum Souche. Welcome to our second panel discussion of Feliza Bursztyn Symposium, accompanying our current exhibition, Feliza Bursztyn, Welding Madness, curated by Marta Dziewanska and Abigail Winograd. After addressing in the first panel the context of the work in regards to the political situation of Colombia at the time, this conversation will address more specifically the specificity of Feliza Bursztyn's feminism and the manifold ways in which it inspires a work life. To help tackle this complex question, I have the honor to share this conversation with prominent speakers who have been developing new research on this fascinating artist. And it's a pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Lindsay Levansky, who is an art historian, curator, and writer based in New York. From 2009 to 2017, she was the Andrew Entz director at Carnegie Museum of Art, where she instituted a variety of new participatory and experimental programs and co-created exhibitions on Elio Oiticica and Paul Tech, amongst others. Our second speaker will be Gina McDaniel Tarver, who is Associate Professor of Art History at Texas State University. She specializes in modern and contemporary art of Latin America, with a particular interest in gender, spatial, and ecological politics in Colombian art since 1960. And our third and final speaker will be Cecilia Fajardo-Gil, who is an independent British Venezuelan art historian and curator of modern and contemporary art with a focus on Latin American and Latinx art, based in Southern California. She has published and curated extensively on contemporary Latin American and international artists, and is most notably she co-created the major and radical woman Latin American art exhibition at the Hammer Museum in Los Angeles in 2017, which traveled to the Brooklyn Museum and to Sao Paulo in 2018. To start speaking of this fascinating topic, the floor is yours.
Okay, so my topic was to write about Feliza in a more international context. In other words, how did she relate to other women of her generation, or even a little later, in terms of her work and her feminist position? And one of the things that has fascinated me for a long time is that there are or were a group of women in various places who began to work in a feminist mode before feminism as we know it now was theorized, and or was just beginning to be theorized. I think that that you just had, in the early 60s, you had the feminine mystique, for example, that came out in the United States, but it was really not something that was broadly appreciated or completely understood. And I think it was a very tough position for those women to be in. So I was interested very much in looking at her in relationship to somebody like Carolee Schneemann, for example, who I know had a very hard time with that and was treated badly both by the male-dominated early 60s art world, and then when feminism came in, she and Hannah Wilkie particularly were looked down upon because they got naked, and that was considered a very negative thing for them to do, to depend on their bodies in that way. So I was interested in looking at that sort of how radical feminists dealt with that early situation, and then how it evolved over time. And what I found was that for Feliza, she was really isolated in a certain sense, although she was an international person in the sense that she traveled a great deal and stuff. She was in a world in which there was absolutely no support for women doing things. Even the simplest things like welding steel was a big was a big issue. So I wanted to look at her in relationship to these other women. I looked at her in relationship to Carol Lee. I looked at her in relationship to Valley Export and Yayoi Kusama. And it is, Pierre-Henri, you asked me whether there was an issue around immigration, which is an interesting consideration, because many of these women did depend on getting out of where they were. And Feliza never did that. She traveled a great deal. She lived in a world that was shifting and changing as she moved around, so that there was more acceptance in some places than in other places, but that she always returned to Colombia is a fascinating issue. I would say that also in terms of feminism, in 1994, I did a show at the Museum of Modern Art called Sense and Sensibility, Women Artists and Minimalism in the 90s. And I wanted it to be an international show. It ended up being, with the exception of Jacques Lerner, it ended up being mostly American and UK. And the reason for that was that even in the 90s, the notion of feminism, while it was theorized and it was available to people, and you had important theorists in countries like France, for example, there was not widespread. It did not permeate the entire culture in the way that it did in the United States and in Great Britain. So, in a sense, Feliza was not alone in that way. So I think it's just very interesting to consider herself in that broader context and to consider the chances she took and how she managed to be herself, and to live the life she wanted to live, even under very difficult circumstances.
Thank you. I already have many questions, but I wait. And then all contributions.
Yeah.
Thank you for that perspective, Lynn. Jenna, would you like to follow up?
Yes, thank you. I want to say, first of all, I'm so honored to be on this panel and with Lynn and Cecilia, who's wonderful curators whose work I really admire and respect. And also wanted to thank Marta and Abigail for making me part of this project, and Pierre-Henri for hosting us here, and everyone at the Museum Souche. So my part of the catalog and of the symposium was to situate Feliza Bursztyn within Colombian feminism and to look very closely at her work in association with other women working in the arts in Colombia at the time. And I actually began both my catalog essay and my recorded lecture with a quote from Feliza Bursztyn in 1973 that to me is really key in looking at her artwork as feminist. I'm not going to read the quote, but I want to deconstruct it a little bit. Hopefully you watch the lecture. She actually begins by stating very explicitly that she's a feminist, and she ends the quote by saying that we must continue the struggle because women should be paid the same as men, and that's not yet the case. And so I really like the way that that quotation, it makes a clear statement about her being a feminist, and it ends with one of the major goals of the second wave of feminism. But the part of that quotation that really fascinates me is the middle, where she is talking about the psychological inhibitions that are inculcated into women in the process of socialization that make equality so difficult. She says it is that we women are not free to do what we want to do with peace of mind. And keeping in mind the kind of weight of those psychological inhibitions, I think really brings into focus the importance of her work as feminist work, because it broke so many taboos. As Lynn said, she was so brave and bold to do what she did at that time in Colombia. So, you know, the Colombian feminist movement is very particular to Colombia. It's very complicated. The year 1957 is the first year that women achieved the right to vote in a national election. And that, of course, was the main goal of the first wave of feminism. So she's beginning her career as an artist as the first wave of feminism reaches its peak, but in so many ways, her work, very attuned to the psychological inhibitions as well as just to social and legal rights, is very much second wave feminism. So I agree with Lynn that she's one of these women who really is, rather than theorizing about feminism, is actually practicing this feminism through her artwork and doing it in conjunction with other very key women in the Colombian art scene, like her friend who supported her work a lot, the critic Marta Traba, but also her friend, the visual artist Beatriz Taza, and gallery owner Rita de Agudelo, and Bursztyn's collaborator, the radical composer Jacqueline Nova. So that was the focus of my work.
Thank you. Thank you for this contribution. Cecilia, would you like to continue?
I also would like to thank Marta, Abigail, Agnieszka, and Pierre, and the museum, and particularly, you know, I'm grateful for the fact that you've done an exhibition of Feliza Bursztyn and a proper publication, because being Feliza Bursztyn, the important artist and the singularity that she is, she hasn't really had enough recognition, even inside Colombia. You know, I don't think the complexity of her work and her sort of, in a way, enigmatic persona has made it, you know, the elusiveness of her work difficult to place her in the context. I mean, she can be placed in the context of many artists and also feminist movement and so forth, but at the same time, no. My essay was also to contextualize Feliza's work with other Latin American women, and it's possible to draw so many connections with many of them. Before her time and after her time, even coming to our times with artists like Carmela Gross. And for me, what is very interesting about Feliza is the fact that her work has been read a lot through her abstract pieces like the Histéricas, because I mean, now you have the opportunity to redo the Baila, you know, is a piece that, you know, we know through really kind of not that great photographs and sort of descriptions of what it was. But I think a lot of her work, because it was so complex and multisensorial, it has been difficult to appraise as a whole. And for me, what is really interesting in terms of thinking of her feminism is Latin American has had, in artistic terms, a rejection to notions of feminism. And those rejections came also on board because of the notions of imperialism associated to feminists coming from the North. I mean, as Lynn was explaining before. But Feliza didn't get bogged down on that. She wasn't theorizing on the basis of that. She wasn't theorizing her left-leaning positions in terms of Maoist or Trotskyist position. Maybe she was more interested in the model of Cuba as a model of social liberation. But I was interested in reading her work as a work that the way it is constructed, thought out, it works really to go against any notions of the subordination of women and humans in society. It's a work that challenges the spectator. And it's interesting to think of the anthropomorphic aspect of her work. I mean, the Histéricas are basically abstract pieces that move in a hysterical ways, and when they were installed as a group, also they created this kind of cacophony of a complete unruliness. And I think as an abstract work that cannot be located in a history of modernism in Latin America, it really talks about this notion that modernism wasn't as perfect and as progressive as it should be, by relating that modernism to the mind of women. Not just, I mean, she played and teased the notion of being a mad woman, but also played with it in favor of herself in order to talk about, you know, the sort of the possibility of liberation of women as human beings, but also sexually. And the sexual aspects of her work, they're suggested. Beds with these sort of lush fabrics that are moving is all left to the imagination. So the really kind of strong reaction of the public of her time. I mean, when we know that Colombia was such a conservative society at the time, really she was challenging so many norms. She was challenging norms of also, I mean, you asked me about this notion of class, you know, her playing of being a soldier, but, you know, the reality is even though she came from a conservative Jewish family, she paid very dearly for divorcing, and then she was very poor for a time. I think I'm becoming more and more weary to think in terms, yeah, but if you don't belong to a particular class, you can't talk to the, you know, class issues. I think in the case of Feliza, she didn't make it obvious. It wasn't a narrative. It wasn't anything that she explained in those terms. And for me, all this sort of celebratory, you know, nature and sensual nature of her work that comes across in Histéricas and Camas, then takes a turn in her latter work, which happens during the time of Turbay Ayala, who was a very repressive president, and I think she suffered the brunt of it with La Baila Mecánica from 1979, where this sort of festive aspect of her work turns macabre, turns very dark, turns sad, and is a sort of a real statement. And these figures are not free anymore. They're not overflowing with life and craziness, but they are like confined in this sort of circular movement. So I feel that her work, for all its elusive nature, is incredibly political, and the way that she embodies and gives agency to the spectator. I mean, she gave an agency to spectators during a time in Colombia which was difficult, because people would reject that agency that they were given, because it was revealing of their own situations and conservative notions, and I guess lack of imagination. So she was transgressive, but not in the way we understand something transgressive. Everything was left for our imagination. She just kind of ignited a situation through her materiality and her motorized pieces for us to somehow sort of liberate ourselves. And I think, therefore, I think of her work as a work that was liberatory, not only for herself, but for anybody that came in contact with her work. And I feel also for today. Today, we still have issues with notions of hysteria, you know, madness, relation to women. There are certain tropes that are still related to women, you know, issues of emotionality. The work is incredibly relevant today, you know, even though, you know, we believe that we can talk about sexuality openly. You know, when those beds, I know because, you know, we displayed one of the beds in Radical Women, people giggle, there is a sort of a certain sense of, you know, strangeness in front of the piece, you feel very voyeuristic. So I feel that there is an incredible pertinence to her work then and still now. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for what you just said. I think it's an incredibly rich starting point for the conversations. But before I explain a little bit the title, which is so connected to the feminist elements and all the things that you just said, I just wanted to say thank you, Lynn, thank you, Cecilia, thank you, Gina, for being part of this project, for being on board with us in this conversation. It was really very, very important for us to have this continuous conversation with you all. And I just wanted, in a couple of words, say a little bit more about the title of the exhibition, because it's really important in the context of this panel. So as you know, Feliza Bursztyn combined and interrogated ideas about art, machines, craft, modernity, and labor through the lens of hysteria. And the title that we have chosen for this exhibition, Feliza Bursztyn, Welding Madness, is really referring to this term, which since 19th century has been used to describe female instability, abnormality, and emotional excess. And it's very important for us in this exhibition, and to understand her body of work and the originality of Feliza Bursztyn, how much she deployed these tropes to explore not only the exclusion of female voices from the language, and how much the female desire is not expressed by the existing languages, but also in a broader perspective to explore the irrationalities, fragilities, and ambiguities of modernity. I think it's really extremely important to see how much in her works this everything is expressed. So it's not only her female body, her ideas about society and about politics, but really also broader perspective of the instability of modernity. And somehow this welding madness and how the artist was really thinking about transgressing the norms and trying to reinvent the vocabularies, the artistic vocabularies, but also political vocabularies. She was really like, it's extremely visible that the language that she is, that the society is using is not able to express her somehow. So the ways how she forges this, this language is really expressed in the title. She's welding madness. She's trying to impose the completely new language that will not be afraid to be categorized as mad, as crazy, as abnormal. So I think we will talk about that, but the very important thing is that she wasn't didactic in her art, and we will talk about that, I'm sure, but she really believed in power of art, and she treated artworks as agents, and she really treated extremely seriously the art, and in the interviews that she was giving, she was not explaining herself. Normally, female artists would always explain what they wanted to say. They would always try to somehow belong to this or other narrative. Here, she was not interested in that. She was not explaining. She was not justifying anything. But she really believed that her artworks will explain her positions, her desires, and her hopes in politics, society, and the future. So as you see, for us in the exhibition, it was really very important to underline how brave she was, and the bravery is really extremely visible in every single work. And I hope we will get back to the groups and to the Hystericas, to Biomechanica, to Las Camas, that really revolutionized the Colombian artists, but also they should be seen as works that are extremely daring and innovative and avant-garde.
Thank you. I just, perhaps a side note is something I want to mention is that, I mean, listening to all your contributions and mentioning how conservative the context in Colombia was in the late 50s made me think perhaps we have a slight bias also as we analyze this society from here, because as I mentioned to Lynn in my questions to her, you know, there are these stories of migration which are core to this emancipation movement related to feminism, and Feliza was part of that. You know, she studied in New York, but we have to remember, perhaps, I'm not a specialist of the context of New York in the early 50s, but that was not especially emancipatory for women. And I can talk perhaps better of, you know, the late 50s when she started to study in Paris, and when she spent like the years 57, 60 to Paris. That was not emancipatory either, I know. And in the records she gives from, you know, the courses she took from César and then from Osip Zatkin first, she was constantly confronted to this machismo and this, and that was very much the context of women trying to be artists in France in the late 50s. So there was, I mean, perhaps that also connects to the fact that we have to recontextualize and internationalize the way we analyze the work, meaning that, you know, these women, be it in France, in the US, or in Colombia, were actually facing pretty much the same circumstances in the late 50s, early 60s. Just a note on which you might want to comment, but it's just, you know, something that came to my mind as I was listening to you. Because, you know, you mentioned, Gina, and you open your statement saying, you know, in 1957, women got the right to vote in Colombia, but in France, it was in 1945, so only 12 years prior to that date. So there is not much difference, you know, in terms of women liberation movement worldwide.
What I want to say actually about that is that you're absolutely right that New York, the US in the 50s, and it went well beyond the 50s, was not a hugely liberated place at all. As a matter of fact, all of the women who had been somewhat liberated by World War II, when the men were gone and they went out and worked, were sent back home, you know, once the war was over. So it was definitely not a liberated place. And I would say that 1963, when the feminist mystique came out, I think that the author was subject to terrible kinds of personal slurs and things like that, that she was an ugly woman and why, you know, and all of that kind of thing. So really what you have is when you have somebody in New York like Carolee Schneemann working on what are basically proto-feminist works, you have that she's working in a very difficult context. Now, how that compares to the context in Colombia is a different question. I realized that I neglected to thank everyone, and I did want to thank everyone for this. It's been a wonderful experience for me. I especially want to thank Abby because she pushed me into writing this essay. I was not at all sure that I wanted to do it, that I could do it, and she pushed me into it, and she gave me an artist who I love. So I'm very grateful for that. As far as immigration is concerned, I do think that moving around and frees you, even if the place you're in is not perfect by any means, it's different from where you came from, and you have a kind of freedom to be and do what you want when that happens. So obviously for these artists that I was looking at, most of them, that was an important factor.
I want to kind of think about what Pierre-Henri said, but take it a little bit to the side in that I agree that, you know, one of the reasons her work is so valid is that this situation was, and to some extent still is, a very international situation. But what also is so wonderful that you know, Lynn alluded to is that these women from all over the world found in art a way to do these things, you know, and that it is really important, as Marta also said, to think about the power of art, which I think Feliza really realized that a lot of times the artwork can be an agent, a powerful agent, even more so than the artist can be, because art provides this certain space to speak that, at least in Colombia, was very, very important to be able to do these radical things within art that, in a sense, they still weren't easy to do, and they met with backlash, but art provided a way to be maybe more radical than, say, you could if you were just, you know, out on the street trying to advocate for hysteria as a powerful revolutionary force. You know, that's hard to do maybe in everyday life. You end up institutionalized, but it's a possibility within art. And so one of the things I think is so amazing about these women is that, you know, they realized that, and they really channeled their desires, their ideas and their struggle for freedom into this very effective way of creating agency, because the artwork itself then has a particular agency to go out there in the world and work, and continue to work to this day.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment briefly on the fact that one of the great things about all these women, including Feliza, of course, is the fact that they weren't institutionalized. You know, there is no way, and I feel that somehow, I don't think is a privilege at all, but the fact that some of these women had to push so hard to create a work that no matter what, it didn't matter if it was, they would call you crazy or you wouldn't even have space. I mean, some women didn't have an opportunity to exhibit some of their work. The fact that, Feliza alludes very openly to the fact that, she's seen as mad, and she says, well, I don't really mind if that lets me do the work I want to do. And in the end, they ask her things like, when you read the interviews of Feliza Bursztyn, people get mad at her. She does the most outrageous interviews, like, what is the solution to the political problems of the country? My beds. What is your favorite hobby? To be in bed, and then you say, are you a feminist? Of course I am. I love men. So she was very disconcerting. So when people tried to pigeonhole her, they couldn't do it. They said anything about her. And, some of the descriptions of the exhibitions are really kind of horrible. The work is horrid, these are monsters, this and that and so forth. And in the end, she was sort of above it. And I think because, so in her personal life, she had so many difficult experiences as a woman and as a mother and everything. Somehow, this resilience and this brilliance, for her work and for her persona was somehow a very strong force behind her work. And I don't mean that women have to be heroic to that extent to do their work, but that is actually a feature of the time. I mean, for me, that Carol Schneemann only received her Venice Biennale recognition just the year she was dying. This was like how many years later? I mean, like 50 years later. I mean, this is unbelievable. So these issues of these women and anything that deals with notions of sexuality, I go back again and again to this notion of sexuality because this is really the greatest of taboo of hysteria. I mean, hysteria originally was seen as a disease of sexually repressed women. And then, of course, it's absolutely the opposite. I mean, what is intended is the opposite. The thing is, you're so sexual that you are hysterical, and the fact that you have a bunch of beds moving around and so forth, and many machines. So she, instead of shying away, she actually created a sort of a visuality of excess, this excess of, and so it was impossible to ignore her.
Also, an incredible, I think, element of this hysteria of Feliza Bursztyn is really that she did not feel compelled to explain or justify anything. So this is what you said, Cecilia, and I think it's really like extremely daring of her that she was doing what she was doing and really believing in what she's doing because there's really like she really believed in what she had to say, and she was like this conviction somehow. It was also like something that that normally artists, and especially female artists, they do not have this conviction somehow. They need to explain, they need to conform to this or other rules or norms. But at the same time, she felt really like she didn't try to be didactic in her art somehow. She was really like Lynn. You wanted to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that the way that she answered those questions was a survival mechanism. Mm-hmm. In other words, like first of all, it was brilliant, what she did, but I also think that she knew that if she couldn't be pinned down, it was important for her not to be pinned down in the culture she was living in, so that she just made a joke out of these things.
Yes, but also this strength somehow, and Gina, I wanted to ask you a question, because in your text, in your contribution to the book, you speak about the community around and other female artists, this kind of a sisterhood. Do you think that this way of, being so ironic about her work, being so elusive around her work, it was also the way that, she felt empowered by this community of artists that surrounded her, because this was very important?
I do think that it's related. I wanted to say too, though, that she's actually not the only artist in Colombia at the time that took that approach. Bernardo Salcedo was also, who is contemporary, really well known for those kind of nonsensical interviews. And I think that that's not a coincidence, because it was a strategy within the art world to put the focus back on the art and insist that people look for answers in the art and not with the artist, which I think also is really marvelous, because it does, in a sense, undermine this very traditional idea of the artist's genius. It's not just the artist's intent that creates the work of art, it's the reception. The artwork has agency itself. So I think it was a way of, putting the focus on the artwork, which was very much a part of what many people within the art scene were, wanting to do at the time. Is so I do think that that approach was very much fostered by the artistic community in Colombia. And I actually think I feel like she would object to the idea of a sisterhood, because she was so close to so many people, including men. I mean, she loved Alejandro Obregón and called him La Madre. He was the mother of modern art in Colombia for her. So but I actually see that as part of her feminism too, is that that we don't need to, have a separate sisterhood. We are part of this group that is men and women, all together. So yeah.
Does anybody want to say something? I just have a quick question. I think it's interesting you talked about this nonsensical way to answer questions, and I connect that to some sort of surrealist tradition also, not wanted to be pinned down to a certain sense or meaning to the work. Is there an element of that in the way she approaches the work? Together with, the importance of sexuality, also the relationship between the body and the machine. I mean, all these aspects are there,
I do think there's a relationship to surrealism, but very indirectly. And, I'm sure she picked up elements of it in Paris when she was in Paris, but there was interest in surrealism in Colombia as well. I mean, her good friend, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, worked on a film, the Blue Lobster, which was, is considered kind of like the first surrealist film in Colombia, or the surrealist film of Colombia. So, there was interest in her intellectual circles in it as well. And I think really the overlap has to do with, psychology and the idea of liberating desires, as Cecilia said, because of course her circle, also her lover, Gaetan Duran, was a erotic poet. He translated the Marquis de Sade, so he also has intellectual connections with surrealism, and also a huge influence within Colombia was the Nadaísmo movement of the 1950s, which also took that kind of absurdist approach. So definitely that's a part of it, but sort of filtered through a lot of other things, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to just mention in my essay, when I was looking a little bit about the type of conversation she may have had with Marta Traba, and something that may be behind the work, like the beds, the camas, the cujas, was the fact that Marta Traba was very interested in Herbert Marcuse's Eros in Civilization. And, Feliza had an interesting library herself, and she had 2 copies, one in Spanish and one in English, of this book. And clearly, she must have had very close conversations with Marta about this. And the fact is that Herbert Marcuse's idea was via Freud, this idea that the sort of erotic repressiveness of society, which is at the base of civilization and is discontent in Freud, was the sort of the big kind of aspect that had to do, and civilization in Herbert Marcuse had a Marxist view. So it's a book that sort of underlines both the notions of sexual oppression, but also the notion of that, Marxism was also an important aspect to, controvert the idea of repressiveness in a society that was unjust. So I feel that all these, when she says, what is the solution to the political problem, when she says the beds, I think that is a very hermetic answer, but somehow is whatever is underneath the bed. So I don't see it as much as related to notions of surrealism in the sense of a tradition that deals with notions of the unconscious, but more to the idea of the power of the idea that the borderline between normality and madness, as it is understood in society, is not as clear cut. And a lot of the notions of madness, hysteria, and whatever are prejudices by which you marginalize and pigeonhole women. Because if the role of women in Colombian society and in the world as such, as Lynn was saying, you know, after the war, and this is the Cold War, not only for the US, but for Latin America, where there was already interventionism from a political way from, you know, from the US into Colombia to kind of oppress the kind of left-leaning aspects of society. So for me, all this is what really comes together. That's why for me, the underpinning, more than a notion of historical surrealism, and this, I see it more as a political approach to the idea of the way that the unconscious has played a role in society as a way to dominate and kind of pigeonhole women's roles because there are prejudice towards her role and so forth. And also, I mean, one of the ideas that interests me, but this is more an interpretive thing, is Batkin's notion of the carnivalesque and also the popular laughter, which again is a way to sort of allow this idea of the people not as a stratified society, this possibility of having this kind of moment of release and coming together, and the carnivalesque has been this kind of something that is transgressive. So I see more this sort of more political elements, political in the broader sense of the word, that I see having a play in her work more than any historical notion of surrealism. I think Feliza, for me, is very difficult to pin down to any, you know, you can pin it down to kinetic art, you can pin it down to geometric abstraction, you can pin it down to I don't know, surrealism or whatever. Really, I mean, you can create connections and relationships with a lot of artists and moments in a very kind of broad, organic way, but not in a super specific way.
Cecilia, you mentioned the figure of Marta Traba. Perhaps someone wants to elaborate a bit on her, because I think she was really an instrumental person in Feliza's career. I don't want to undermine Feliza's personal agency, but I have a feeling that Feliza Bursztyn wouldn't be Feliza Bursztyn if Marta Traba wouldn't have been Marta Traba.
but I want to say that I think the influence was mutual. I didn't have time to really get that into my essay, but to me, so Marta Traba, of course, was very, very impactful in promoting Feliza Bursztyn's work in a very, you know, material way. She gave her space to exhibit. She was on many juries that gave Feliza prizes and awards, and she wrote about her artwork. All of those things supported Feliza Bursztyn's work. But what is so fascinating to me is if you look at Marta Traba's art criticism during the period she was in Colombia, it was actually a very conservative kind of modernist criticism that that was very formalist, very, very formalist. But that changed. And, you know, lots of people have written about Marta Traba and about that change. And one of the things that I think gets kind of undervalued in thinking about why her criticism changed so much to be much more kind of thinking about art within society and not just in formal terms was because of these artists who she worked with. I really see it as artwork by Bursztyn, as well as Bernardo Salcedo and Beatriz Gonzalez, and these other artists who were very, whose work was very kind of embedded in Colombian society. I think it was in large part their work that pushed her to have to look at art in a new way. So as much as Marta Traba really supported and benefited Bursztyn's career, Bursztyn kind of helped to shape and really impactfully change, I think, Marta Traba's approach to art and criticism.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Marta Traba, even though she had this close relationship with Feliza and also with Beatriz Gonzalez, she didn't really do much in the big scheme of things to promote women. And generally speaking, she was a person that promoted men. She had almost like two narratives, the soirees with women in Bogotá, and so forth, and sort of some sort of localized support of women. But whenever she wrote the big narratives of international art, she wouldn't. I mean, she sometime maybe placed Feliza there or Beatriz, but in very minor way compared to, for example, Samuel Loco Obregón. So in the end, if you were to see in the big scheme of things, where is Feliza today? You know, Marta did do a lot in the 70s and 80s to promote some Latin American artists, and Feliza wasn't one of them. So somehow there was a localized support. And in that sense, even though there was this sort of moment where, you know, she does the exhibition, you know, the Museo Arte Moderno and so forth, but I would not highlight Marta too much here, because, you know, the reason why, I mean, Feliza is not that well known internationally is also partly due for me to Marta, because Marta had the capability and didn't do enough for her. You know, it was you know, she had the first rate artists and then the ones that came below. In that sense, she was, I'm sorry to say, very patriarchal.
Yeah, I think that, you know, that it's very, very important what you just said, Cecilia. But at the same time, I tend to, you know, I tend to underline this, you know, the importance of collaborations and the importance of dialogues that Feliza had. You know, this vivid studio, and, you know, and how the community was gathering in her studio, and the dialogues that she had. Like, this was also the way how she managed to transgress these rules and norms. Because she was surrounded with so many fascinating people, and I think that somehow her work and her body of work is really it's extremely original. It's the body of work that she created, but at the same time, it's really like a fruit of a dialogue, of a conversation, which is, you know, like there are all these people inside, people from the theater, Jacqueline Nova with her music, like she's extremely hospitable. That's why, you know, like when I use this notion of the sisterhood, it was not about just women surrounded with women and the ghettos, you know, just dividing masculine from the feminine, because this is an old school thing that she was also discussing with, you know, like this. She was a big reader of Freud, and the essay Femininity from 1933. It was really something that really, like, she wanted to transgress, because this is exactly where like Freud described the gendered way of thinking about activity and passivity. And this is exactly how, you know, how she discussed with that. But at the same time, it's really like this, like, I mean, sisterhood in a way that, you know, that she opened her art to collaborations, to dialogues, to conversations. And this is for me a very, very like modern way of thinking. And this is exactly what Gina said about like leaving behind this idea of a genius artist, but really like being constantly, you know, active towards reality, but also responsive to what people are bringing to the studio, and using the art as an agent, what we said before, you know. It's really like the art was for her a language to say her political views, to say her, you know, feminist convictions. She didn't need the words. She didn't need to be like extremely you know, lucid in her interviews, because she trusted her art to say things that she cared for, she stood for.
I'm wondering whether in her the fact that she isn't better known today, it seems to me like a lot of that has to do with coming from Colombia as opposed to Brazil, say, where you know, where you had this enormously, you know, this growing, really powerful structure, that and the size of the country, and the fact that it was so important to other places and all of that, that whether being in Colombia itself didn't have something to do with why she is not well known here in other countries.
Yeah, I think that may be the case. Definitely in Latin America, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico have been the kind of the three countries that have been highlighted the most and have had the biggest international sort of infrastructure with biennales and things. Though, you know, Colombia did have the Bienal de Coltejel, which had a more Latin American base. But I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they have worked. I mean, I don't know, Marta, will be interesting to hear you what it means to actually, for example, redo La Baila today. You know, and the beds, you know, they're difficult to transport. These are, you know, the engines are extremely delicate. Even though, you know, talking to Pablo Feliza's widow, you know, I think he's an engineer and he helped in making these engines, which were very simple machines, but they weren't necessarily made to withstand a huge amount of time. So I think the installative nature of the work, the complexity of the work itself makes it difficult to understand the broadness and the depth and the sort of the experimentality of her work. So the work that has emerged the most is her metal pieces, the Histéricas, which is read more in abstract terms, you know, so it's sort of more easily fit into this sort of, yeah, she was like a modernist, an abstract artist. So, you know, we've had a very partial view of it. So one thing is, yes, Colombia wasn't really the best context to understand the work because it never truly fully understood it in her own life. But then you have the challenge that there haven't been enough exhibitions because the work is challenging. You know, for a museum, I know this because I'm a curator. When you propose in an exhibition to say, okay, you need to make this work, which is incredibly expensive, on a non-artist, you know, you have to have power as a curator and a lot, you know, to sort of say, okay, I'm going to, you know, stay and really defend the power of this work. And I imagine that once you do this project, because then the catalog is going to be in English, you know, there was a very good exhibition that happened in Museo de la in Bogotá before with a good catalog, but you know, it's in Spanish and so forth. But I think it's an unruly nature of her work. In order to apprehend her work, you need several works. You need this cacophony, you need the sensuality, you need the activation, and that is a challenge.
No, and this is exactly why it's extremely sad that we are not gathering in Souche and we are not having this conversation in Souche surrounded with the works. Because for Abby and myself, it was really like extremely important. And you are right that it was technically almost border of impossible of bringing, you know, some of the chataras that we brought, and especially Baila Mecánica. We are showing five camas, including Rosemary's Baby. So, you know, so it's a very, very complicated show, but for us, it was really very, very important to show this cacophony, as you said, but also to show the sequence, because somehow, you know, you can really see Feliza's work in like how she's thinking, you know, how she transgresses the groups of works she created and how she moves forward to say something new and brand new and again something new and again something new. And we thought that La Baila Mecánica, in this, you know, like this comico-dramatic situation of this choir of, you know, of figures, it's an extremely powerful work, and this is where it is absolutely evident that these kinetic works, that these surrealist works, that all these isms that we are trying to put her in, they are all about the bodies. You know, it's really like, it's incredibly dramatic, these dancing figures, and it's extremely, it's really like, it's visible that from the very beginning, from the very first chataras and from all these junky elements, this is what you said, Cecilia, in the beginning. This is a feminine body. This is a feminine pleasure. This is thematizing the desire, but it's also the modernity somehow. So it's really like this tension between the two is really visible in this work. So we were really extremely keen to, and also, you know, like, and there are so many, like, there's the political background is so strong as well in this piece. So really, like, as I said, we told ourselves, and also this was the work that also traveled to Poland, traveled to many places. It was like the only work of Feliza Bursztyn that made her work visible outside of Colombia. So we wanted to, you know, to somehow to recognize this work as something like that she really cared for, and it was really like a vehicle to be seen and to be recognized outside. So yeah, but also, you know, the sequential elements for me are very important to understand how dynamically she thought, how she was transgressing herself, and how she really used her art to be actively thinking and reacting to what is happening politically and socially.
Yeah, I just want to add to, I think I've thought a lot about this, why isn't she better known? And I think it's so complicated. There are so many factors, but to me, at the heart of it is that she was just so, in a sense, in a good sense, off kilter, off axis. You know, she was so defiant of categories, which is what makes her work so powerful, that she's this node where all of these different things come together, but it's so messy and so loose and even trashy, you know, in the best possible way, that it is difficult to categorize, it's difficult to install and to move, and I think her early death had a huge part in her not being better known, also because when she took the Camas to Mexico City, or when she took the Baila Mecanica to Poland or to Cuba, you know, she had to take it. She had to, because it was so difficult and so complex. And even though she gave the works this amazing agency, it was so important that she be there to kind of chaperone them. That was a big factor too. And then, you know, within Colombia, I feel like art criticism too was a big part of it. After Marta Traba left, there was a vacuum. All these other young critics tried to fill it. And one of the things that they did to fill it was to try to always promote the new and the next. And so, you know, Feliza Bursztyn had been the new and the next for Marta Traba. They didn't necessarily, you know, take up her work because of that, because they're focused on new. So there's so much involved in her, yeah, being overlooked. But yeah, we're so in debt to the Museum Sush and to Abigail and Marta for bringing this together outside of Colombia. Yeah.
Any other questions you may have? I mean, it's perhaps just a side note on what Cecilia just previously said about the difficulty of showing a work today. I think it's almost close to impossible to recreate the element of cacophony that was so influential to her initial understanding. So as visitors or as critics or as creators, we have to project ourselves constantly in that, you know, initial context. And it's also an effort from the point of view of the mind to just project yourself in that initial context, because this is, for conservation reasons, it's just impossible to recreate today. That's another element that makes it perhaps more difficult to show, but nonetheless essential.
And that she so willingly embraced like the outer fringes of the art circuit. You know, where did she show her art internationally? She studied in New York, she studied in Paris, but she showed her work in Havana, and she showed it in Jerusalem, and she showed it in Warsaw. She, you know, she was very very broad in her perception of the art world, and didn't fit in with the sort of dominant circuits even during her lifetime, which again is part of what makes her so incredible.
I mean, one of the difficulties of works that come from countries like Latin America and other countries that haven't had the same infrastructure. I mean, I remember the first time I went to Feliza Bursztyn's studio, of course, she was already dead. Everything was like the Brancusi studio, they were there, the pieces, the solder. I mean, all that in the end, you know, the pieces were donated and the family has done an incredible job, but it was basically, you know, her and Pablo and so forth. So, you know, it's not that, I don't even know how she did in terms of the market during her life, but this is one of the things that happens with the loss of, you know, for example, I believe in super graphics in exhibitions. When you don't have enough ways of kind of talking about a context, you know, you can imagine, for example, you have a large photograph of, I don't know, La Baila, for example, you know, in the darkness and so forth, but for that you need a really, really good photograph. Sometimes that doesn't even exist. So the sort of the picking up of the pieces, this is almost like a form of contemporary archaeology. And it happens so much with artists that haven't been appreciated enough that in the end, really, the fact that the work is preserved, it happens because the family has done the work or someone that was very dear to the family has the archive and so forth. And somehow the works survive, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it survives in collections as it should be, and then it's easy. And I mean, I personally was very frustrated by the fact that when we did Radical Women, the bed did travel to, you know, between the Hammer and New York, but then Museo Nacional refused for us, and this was a piece that was donated by the family to the museum, refused to continue the loan and said that he had to go back to Colombia, and then they didn't do the paperwork enough. So Feliza Bursztyn was not present in Brazil, which for me was an absolute tragedy. So institutions often, with their stultifying attitudes, close-minded attitude, and the sort of things that they do in order to preserve the works, in the end they create bureaucracies that make impossible for a work to actually be displayed. That happened, this experience also with Mexico, artists that were eventually absent because the museum wouldn't want to loan it or create kind of impossible circumstances. So I can see how, for example, Feliza had an opportunity to show her bed in Brazil, and it would have been really greatly appreciated in a society where this notion of sexualities and so forth, and is something that is very much something that has been worked by artists like Leisha Clark and other artists. It would have resonated in a very brilliant way, but it was not present. So it's like sometimes the invisibility has to do with something that is beyond your control, and no matter how much you try, then it's not possible.
So I guess that with this exhibition and with this publication, now is the time for a new wave of recognition for Feliza Bursztyn, and perhaps an opportunity for her to integrate also major museums, collections outside of Latin America and outside of Colombia, and to reintegrate a kind of broader narrative in terms of artistry. Marta, do you want to?
No, I think that if Lynn would like to wrap up in a way, or you don't feel like, because I have the impression that I didn't hear you enough, but I know that we have your lecture, so that's fine. But just to make sure that you're fine.
No, what I feel is that I feel very happy and grateful to have been part of this, but I don't, you know, the reason why Abby had to push me to write the essay was because I don't know very much about Colombia. So for me to sit here and listen to everyone else talk was very helpful. You know, as a curator and as an entrenched museum person for so many years, I keep feeling like we could do this. You know, I keep feeling like we would have to be able to make this happen, to do the kind of, you know, to redo La Histéricas the way that it was supposed to be done. And to do the, you know, and to do Las Camas and all of that. And really to I think we could remake Medusa, the issue is money. The issue is money and power, whether you have money, space, power. And if you can put those things together, then I think you could do this show. And it's frustrating for me to think that we couldn't do it, because the work is so remarkable and so unusual and so beautiful that it should really have that kind of treatment. And you should be able to appreciate the full magnitude of her achievement.
Yeah, but maybe this is also a part of the provocation of Feliza Bursztyn somehow, that she made it impossible during her lifetime, and she made it even impossible after she passed away. So it's really like somehow that she knew somehow that, like in order to show her work, you really have to be committed. Like you really need the commitment. You really need to understand and want to do that. Otherwise, it's not just an easy cake to just take to the collection, to make an exhibition or something like that. She when we were meeting Pablo and Camilo Leyva in the studio, they kept on repeating, Feliza was not easy when she was there, and she didn't make it easy for us when she passed away. I think that this is somehow her legacy, which is an incredible legacy, because somehow I have the impression that that this is extremely radical in a way, that she didn't believe so much in institutions. She really was working here and now with people that surrounded her, and she reacted, and it was really like in this kind of like extremely like this art activism somehow. And I think that this is another extremely contemporary element of of her work. Yes, exactly.
And
but I wanted just to
a sense that, I think in a way you can see that as reflected later on in certain aspects of post minimalism and the push towards ephemerality, that things don't have to last forever. Things only have to be there for that amount of time. I still find it frustrating. But I understand that there are, perhaps she just simply didn't care whether they were, whether it was preserved forever or not. It's the same, it's an attitude that you find in a slightly different way in Oiticica too, it's there.
Yeah, but I feel that there is like a broader context here in relation to Feliza being understood both in Colombia, Latin America, and broadly in the world. And I think it goes back to what you were saying at the beginning, Lynn, and what Pierre was saying too about this, the sort of the difficulty during the time in which she flourished, and the time when she went to Europe, and the time she went to New York for women. And it's still today is difficult for women. The statistics show it. And women from the 60s and 70s, I mean, Carol Schneemann, I don't know. These women have been actually condemned and marginalized for the actual reasons they were brilliant. So their brilliancy, which is at the core of a lot of the reasons why contemporary art is contemporary art, which is experimentality, really going against the grain, not being modern, and sort of, having an original voice, have something to say, being transgressive, etc., etc. It's all, her work for me, is embodied, gendered, performative, critical, experimental, every single thing that you can maybe say about it. And the fact is, I see a lot of artists in the contemporary art world that cost millions of dollars to ship their work. I don't want to be offensive to Danish Kapoor. I love his work, but it's actually, so when you compare I think part of the reasons why it becomes difficult, someone like Feliza, we stress too much about women being difficult, women being this, women being that. And, the reality, when you compare the difficulties to the difficulty of so many difficult male artists, it doesn't really compare. The fact is that she was a non-institutional, she was someone rebellious, she wasn't someone conventional, so she would not have it. And I think that's a healthy attitude in terms of the integrity of her work. So for me, there is a bigger context, which is the position of women in the art world.
Yes, and also I think it's necessary to add that she was working with this recycled cheap materials. So this is also the mirror of the society she's coming from. So it's not only a choice not to last, but this is like, she was working with scrap materials. So she was doing constantly things that were to be like, that were reconstructions, and this tension between the old and the new. This is like an extremely dialectical moment of her work as well. But the very important thing is really like that this delicacy, the fragility of her work. It's really like the fragility of modernity that Cecilia mentioned in the beginning. It's really like I think a very important element of the fact that she's so absent in the institutions, and she's so difficult to be shown included in the exhibitions, because it's also the times. This is like, she's really coming from her times.
Yeah, well, it's wonderful that you people were able to do what you did. Say something.
Well, thank you so much for your respective tributes to Feliza Bursztyn's work, and also for this wonderful conversation. I think it was really interesting.